UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. This is your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I'm your werewolf back again with the main three of Tuesday. Trooper FN 2525 is a guest star here. I have asked him on short notice and he has shown up. We have Sorry, before I introduce you guys, let's start off with our topic of today. We're talking about female character designs, our favorite female character designs, our favorite female characters in books, in movies, in comic books, video games, the whole shebang, everybody. And you guys can join in on the fun as well by listing your favorite female characters as well, even in anime if you like. I might try to share a few images here and there. Hopefully, it won't get too crazy with the images, and hopefully, YouTube won't censor us for looking at our favorite female designs. But other than that, we should be fine. We should be fine. Now, let me introduce, since we are gentlemen here, we'll start with the Lady of Valor herself, Leia Plus Size.
Hello, this is Leah Pastais, your lovely Lady of Valor, and I hope you all are doing good today.
You have grown into that line, the lovely Lady of Valor.
It rolls off the tongue really easy, so I can roll with it.
I might have to input that in my introduction of you from now on. The lady, I don't think that's going to work for me. Got the little tongue tied there. The lovely Lady of Valor. I was going to like that, kind of, because it's almost a bit of what's that term?
What is it? A tongue twister?
Not necessarily tongue twister. It's we'll figure it out later on.
Okay.
Next is the schooner of the tuna, Schooner Tuna.
Coming at you live from a secret government underground facility with excellent Wi-Fi. I am the Schooner Tuna.
And with this, well, before I introduce our special guest here, as I already done by name, how you been, Schooner?
I've been actually really good. Things have been looking up for me for a while, and I'm really excited about this particular video because I got a whole bunch of things to talk about.
I'm sure we all do. Next to me, literally next to me, is the I don't even know how to introduce you, buddy, but I'm gonna try. Let's do with this the the clone trooper with the iconic number, Trooper FN 2525.
Hey guys, what is up, everyone?
How you been, buddy?
It's been a pretty interesting week. We're seeing some developments on YouTube, obviously, and as more stuff comes out on YouTube, we're starting to find out more and more about Cara Dune. So that'll be an interesting discussion, also.
Well, hopefully the geeky geekers will bring us up to speed on Sunday about that, or maybe we can also talk about it here as well, since Cara Dune has been a top female favorite character. Yep. Before we even begin, let's welcome the chat. We have Brian Gill Martin. He says, I wonder if I should post my favorite female character designs on Facebook page. No.
No. Get off of Facebook.
Stay on MeWe. In fact, do it on MeWe, because I've been sharing all my lovely ladies on MeWe, and nobody bat an eye on it.
No, we've all just appreciated it.
Yeah, or create a group on MeWe that's like, female superhero fandom, whatever rhymes with another F word for a group. So
yeah, that's what I mean. The term that has the three letters of the same letter in each word.
Yep.
But we also have Victoria Vackbile showing up yet again. Welcome, Victoria. Sarah Proctor also.
Victoria stands for victorious.
Sarah Proctor says, I think more people will come if it goes live, and I'm starting to see that we are at 4 watches right now. Melissa Harris says she was up last night and she is super tired. She's going to have to skip the stream. See you tonight for the Professor stream. Unfortunately, I cannot show up. I will be joining Culture Fortress with Matchstick, Age Boomer, and Troy. where we'll be talking about things that have not been touched by the woke culture in that regard, and why things are safeguarded because the woke sickness has not touched it. So, guys, who do I start with? Might as well be latest plus size. Who is your favorite female characters?
Okay. Looks like you're covering more than just comic books. It sounds like that's what you're doing. So,
Might
in a
as well
nutshell,
branch out. Might as
well,
well.
if I have to say, okay, well, I'll make it. Just name a few, and then you can go around, and so the other guys can get their chances. But if I'm looking at comic book design, for myself, I'm old school. I grew up from my childhood, so I still love Linda Carter's iconic Wonder Woman costume, especially with her cape. And I didn't get a chance to post it up because I've been so busy. I was going to send you some pics before we started, but maybe on MeWe, like you said, I'll post it up. But Linda Carter's iconic, to me, her Wonder Woman costume, I still love that. I like the way there you go, Linda Carter. It's still classic to me. And there is one where she also has a cape as well. And that one is still classic. That's the one that I grew up with, and I still think that is classic. I like the way the costumes. The somebody put her in a scene. The cape is
Yeah,
hers,
so
but they changed her costume in the picture. That's a fan pick. But there is
yes,
one
man.
with Linda Carter, and then that one is her and her cape. Yeah. So I like that one. I think that at that time, I don't know if you guys, but at that time, that was a big deal because the comics in one that phase of Wonder Woman the DC comic at this time was kind of right out of there. So I think that she did a good job wearing that, and that's just become the classic look to me for Wonder Woman. That's just me
How
personally,
did you
myself.
like her in Sky High?
I liked her in Sky High. I thought that was great to see her again in that. I thought that was the perfect way to bring her back in because in our eyes, she's always going to be Wonder Woman. So who better
Not
than to
Wonder
be the
Woman, you
principal?
know.
Yeah,
You know, not
I get it.
it took my friend to point that line out to me, and I never
Yeah,
would have known
I
it until
giggled at.
he said so. Go ahead.
Yeah, I winked at it too, but I know she was winking at us. But I still thought that was a nice way to give her some respect. But that is the one that I've grown up with, and I still think it's iconic. I haven't dissed it. And there's a close up word there in it. I haven't dissed. I still think, to me personally, that's her costume. I still think that's the best Wonder Woman costume. I know there's Gal Gadot. That's okay, but that one, Gal Gadot's to me was more like Xena War. But this one, to me, she jumped right out of the comic book pages. So that one will always be special with me as far as costumes concerns. But the way the costumes from back in the day, when comic book characters were coming to life, I've also liked the costumes because it's strong, but it's also feminine. So it's like she doesn't have to play down her feminine to still be to be strong, to be the Wonder Woman we know and love. That strength is still there, but she doesn't have to play down her femininity, and that's what I've always grown up with and took as. So that one is still very much a classic. I know you all you young bloods, but that one still
Hey guys,
that holds very true
opinions
to me. When
about
I think Wonder Woman is
Leia plus
one of
size choice here. Do you guys want to add anything to that?
Wonder Woman is an iconic character, the iconic feminine in at least her heyday. Now it's well, I'm not going to talk about that now, but for me, at the very least, I would have to say that my favorite character designs would have to be because, like I said, these are archetype characters, and the figure and the costumes and the way they're designed is meant to reflect their personalities. So for me, it was always I'm going into Teen Titans here. Starfire, she was very open and honest and not afraid of her feminine, and In fact, her culture, I always thought it was cool how her culture doesn't really find nudity a taboo. They, in fact, openly embrace it. I also liked Raven because it's these categories. These categories are like, first off, they all have to be beautiful. Yes, because because originally the archetype feminine was something to strive for, not something to be shunned. Hey, that person's really beautiful and cool. Let's go and try to be like them. It's the same for the male archetypes too. But we have categories like slim, athletic, voluptuous. And then we have subcategories like we have pretty. There's cute pretty, hot pretty, class pretty, grace pretty. Cute pretty is usually the adorable type characters. These are usually associated with, usually main characters of our stories.
Or mole.
Yeah. Then we have hot pretty, who is usually the knockout character, and these are usually associated with, the more stronger, the more warrior style characters. Then we got class pretty, who is kind of more in the case of royalty or like, aristocratic. And then you got grace pretty, meaning they're more mysterious but not very open. An example of grace pretty I would actually make the argument is like Raven from the Teen Titans. Then you have class pretty, who's more like Donna Troy. And you have hot pretty, obviously Starfire. And cute pretty is that usually jumps into that. There's a lot of categories for that, but I'm gonna say, have you guys ever heard of Secret from Young Justice?
Kinda.
She's the one who always says secret.
Oh, I think I
you're
know.
making me think. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot. So if I had to pick comic books for me, the design of Starfire, Raven, even in Marvel, I enjoyed Jean Grey,
her.
Black Widow. Mm-hmm.
This girl.
Black Widow, Jean Grey, and let's see, what else? I'd have to, now outside of the comic book universe, some of my favorite designs, I was thinking more along the, oh boy. I'm sorry, I'm on the spot now suddenly.
Well, when you mentioned, that's okay. Schooner, oh, sorry. I didn't even, when you mention, if you're talking outside, when you mention other characters, I just want to quickly get in. I've always liked the costume of Huntress. That's one of my favorite costume designs, is how Huntress is designed. Black Canary's costume. In the comics and on Justice League. I also highlight the way they were designed on Justice League. And yeah, in the X-Men, I would say Storm, Jean Grey, Rogue, Mystique, those costumes. Marvel, the Scarlet Witch. I said Marvel already. Yeah, the Marvel. Now, outside of that, if you're talking about classic or aristocratic beauty, you're going into Lord of the Rings with me. And I would say Arwen. Arwen would be tops, and Galandria would probably be my two at the top as far as aristocratic beauty. I've never thought of that before.
How would you classify Awen?
Awen is. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I would say, as Scooney described it, to me, it would be the aristocratic beauty. But go ahead, Scooney.
Well, I would say that too, but she also ties into warrior as well. She, it's kind of like what's interesting too is that she transcends two categories. She starts off with aristocratic and then goes to warrior, but she's not afraid of her femininity, so she can go back into that aristocratic or royalty style of beauty, if that makes sense.
And I've always appreciated that, and that's what's missing now from Hollywood. I've always appreciated that.
Trooper, what would you have to say about everything that the Lady of Valor and the Schooner of the Tuna has said thus far?
I would throw in Emma Frost as an example of aristocratic beauty. or even class. I mean, if we're talking about class beauty, she would kind of fall right in there. There are a few other characters that tend to be more on the what would be the best way to put it? Tend to be more towards the elemental hero, and that's what you and I kind of had a little exchange about last night. You've got Red Sonja, you've got Chitara from Thundercats, and then you also have Sheena on top of that, Queen of the Jungle. With like I pointed out to you last night, Chitara is a little odd case because of the time that she was actually being drawn in the 80s. You'll notice that her build is more of a gymnast build, and yeah, she does have a bow with her, or a fighting stick, if you will. But
Yeah.
I mean, the big thing in the 80s that was going on was women's gymnastics also. I mean, there was it women took gold in 82, and then they went ahead and they took gold in 84. So I mean, you had a lot of people enrolling.
They started modeling characters off of athletes.
Yeah. So I mean, so that's like kind of like the one off. But I mean, like as far as characters, just like Schooner said, they all tend to fall within certain categories, and they all really do tend to kind of like reflect like the I would say the interpretation of the society at the time, especially with the action poses, the way the female is drawn. So I'm trying to think of like Invisible Girl becoming obviously Invisible Woman. So I mean, you have a big evolution there as we start coming towards the present time. But I mean, the character stays the same. It's kind of written a little differently, but yeah.
Well, that's it. Yeah, and that's why they're, most people forget that's why our heroes and especially females and males are written a certain way, because they're supposed to be eye-catching at first. Then we learn about the character underneath.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really what it is. That's how you're supposed to, I mean, they want to point at beauty or body shaming or body positivity, but we are a very image-based society, and it draws our attention, so that way we can learn about the person underneath.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would definitely agree with that.
I mean, at first you look at Mystique and you're like thinking, wow, she's beautiful, but then you find out she's deadly and dangerous. So every time you see her on screen, you're like, back away, cross, back away.
I don't know if I post it, but I probably will post it on MeWe. My Marvel collection. I have Mattel, because I'm a Barbie collector as well, but Mattel did these series of dolls based on classic Marvel characters in their original costume as they appear in the comics. Again, I had planned to preview it here, but I got so busy, but I'll post it in there for anybody to see. And I actually like what Mattel did, and they did a great job on Mystique. But when I get around to it, I'll post it there, and you guys can look at it for themselves. But they did a great job on recreating their original, not for them what they wore in the film, but what they wore originally in the comics.
Mm.
Oh, that's cool. Please tell me she has the little skull.
And also, yes, she does.
Awesome.
Yes,
Awesome.
She does. They really, really did a good job with even down to that little detail to get her exactly right.
I want to welcome.
They did a really good job.
I would like to welcome Big Al for showing up today, and Kiwi Chow. Hopefully, we'll get more unexpected surprises. I know
nice to see you.
I know the prof had thumbed up my my post on the Facebook group, so maybe we'll get surprise visits from him, or maybe even the Bocellis for a change, or fingers crossed. No, I'm kidding. But I love how you guys really state your views towards the female character designs that you guys chose. Now tell me what makes this character stand out for you guys. Starting with Trooper FN 2525. You mentioned about Sheena, Red Sonja, and Chitara. What like aside from their character designs, what stood out to you the most about these characters?
Well, you got to remember that they all tend to have one thing in common, and that's that. Well, with the exception of Red Sonja, her being more of the phallic female hero, and a little bit of a little bit of elemental mixed in there because I mean, this is happening during the Hyborian age. But what you're seeing is uh, classic femininity in form, especially with like Sheena, Queen of the Jungle. When you look at her 1950s comics, I mean, if you decide to put that up on share screen, if you can, what you'll
I will.
notice, what you'll notice is that Sheena is drawn in more of a pinup style, meaning like the action poses and also just the way she's like in battle. It's kind of reminiscent of more of a Betty Page type art. And I know Betty Page is obviously not it's not a female superhero, but I mean
I'm
when
sorry.
we
Who you suggested?
Betty Page, but
No,
when
no,
we
no, no. Before that, Sheena,
uh
1950s, right?
yeah 1950, or you could just put Sheena, and then what you'll end up getting is you end up getting a lot of these comic book covers coming up, and ironically a lot of those are from eBay too, because what you
Oh,
find is that those comics are still in high demand as well. And I would argue that being because where comics have now gone, some comic book collectors want to go further back to find really enriching stories as well as captivating stories. And the way you do that is you draw a captivating character. That's what catches you initially. It's the cover. So Red Sonja being a little bit more on pushing that envelope as to how she's drawn, how she's posed, how she wears her armor, but that all goes with her her character. I mean, one could call her outfit scanty, but I mean, if you look at it from an allegoric standpoint, is she's pretty much who she says she is. So I mean, she's laid bare for the world to see. I mean, obviously, there's a few parts we're not allowed to see, but I mean, that's even explained even as far as the film. That she will not succumb to anyone lest she be won in battle. So, but with Chitara is a little different. Like I said, with her being drawn the way she is, I mean, she is still a very feminine character. Even going back to the Thundercats animated cartoon, a very prominent character within her own team, having her own flavor. And what you did see there, and what was a little odd, especially with Thundercats, is that Chitara herself did not get a Chitara doll per se, but she did get an action figure with the rest of the Thundercats teams. What you do see nowadays is you do see a lot of these female superheroes do end up getting their a small section in the in the girls' toys, as well as an action figure in the boys section. That now currently seems to kind of be going away, in that you're getting more, I want to say, generic pop culture with like Funko Pops, where they're fun, a little exaggerated, a little chibi, but still the character in and of itself, and those are becoming very popular too. So,
Schooner, give me your thoughts on your characters that you chose.
Well, again, like I said earlier, it's the eye candy, much similar to that of like what Trooper said. But then you start going
Simple men.
exactly. But it also goes into the other thing too. Like it can be the same for the opposite as well. I mean, like Conan the Barbarian, or like He-Man. That's what attracts people to. Catches the eye, and then you want to read more about this character, because see, this is the problem now with our modern day characters, and there's a little more of an emphasis on the females now because they're only supposed to be written one way, but their beauty is surface level and then they fall flat. But in the past, they were beautiful yet had a I guess you could say a grace about them. There's a story there. I mean, the reason why is Red Sonja the way she is? Well, it's because she's had a very tragic life, and that's why she is determined to fight. Why is Wonder Woman going out there from the Amazon. She's the emissary. She's there to be the bridge between man and an old world and a new world. And that's what these characters were supposed to be. They weren't supposed to be a reflection of the times. They were supposed to be a response to them. You know, to ask questions and to even question the abilities within ourselves. I mean, for example, Starfire, once again, I keep coming back to Starfire because I grew up with Teen Titans.
Which
And,
version?
oh boy, well, the 1980s.
Oh, nice.
Well, no, because I wasn't going to. I mean, I got into the new Teen Titans and they were kind of keeping with the times in the 90s, but I went back to the 80s. And in fact, much like Professor Geek, I'm buying the 80s omnibus of the Teen Titans. And they were made to, like I said, they're made to ask questions. Like the, what is it? Since they came from the 80s, they came from that more second wave feminism, where it's like, we can do the things the men can, but don't forget that you are a woman as well.
Mm-hmm. Leia plus size. Do you want to add anything to what we've been talking about so far? Besides,
Well,
I know you see, I know you said a lot about Wonder Woman, but go ahead if you have any more to say about Wonder Woman.
well, with Wonder Woman, I also want to mention Batgirl as well. Not Batwoman, but Batgirl. I've always liked her costume. Even
Barbara
from the
Gordon.
classic Barbara Gordon, even in the classic Adam West show, when I was a kid and I used to watch it, I was always happy. Me and my sister would watch it together. We was always happy when Batgirl showed up in the old even in the old TV show with Adam West, because she could play with the big boys, but she was still feminine. She represented us girls. She didn't have to knock Batman down. She fought along with him. And I love that when I was a kid. One of my favorite characters from the old Batman TV series, if you ask me, I would always say Batgirl. Barbara Gordon was always my favorite. But to me, what I've always felt with all of the female characters, the ones that you guys have mentioned, the ones I've mentioned, Wonder Woman, Batgirl, Huntress, Black Canary, or Jean Grey or Storm, any of these characters, is that their costumes never bothered me. I was never offended by their costumes. I loved their costumes because, one, each costume showed their individuality. Two, you got to move in these things. I mean, tight jeans are just not going to make it as a superhero. So I always said, "Oh, they gotta move." So I didn't have a problem with it because I saw it as feminine, and feminine is beautiful. I never saw it as anything derogatory or raunchy. So, because I'm saying back in the day, because they're not making them like that now. I hate the fact, and like I said, I don't want to get political, but I hate the fact that they're trying to snatch away their femininity, make them more masculine or manly like. And I always thought that their costumes reflected feminine beauty. So all the characters that I mentioned, I loved their look. I loved the costumes. When you went out for Halloween and when you wanted to dress up as your favorite character, that's what you want it to look like.
Instead of a
And
cat or a
yeah,
mouse.
yeah, cat, mouse, puppy, dog, whatever. Yeah, the pumpkin. You want to look exactly like the comics that you saw. So I never saw anything derogatory, or I never saw anything that was offensive. I thought it was powerful. And I also felt that was their own identity. And it showed the strength of feminine beauty. Feminine beauty and masculine beauty are different. Whether anybody wants to accept that or not, they're different. But just because they're different doesn't mean it's anything that's bad or weak. It's just differences. And then when I get into the Lord of the Rings characters, when I mentioned Arwen, for instance, as you said, there's her beauty comes in her own strength and reflects in the elegance of her clothes, but also the
She
strength
has
she
this
had to show.
Mary complex about her that I tend to see when every time she showed up in the movies. Kind of like
Yes,
the you know Mary Mag. I think I can pronounce this properly. Magdalene.
Mary
Help me out.
Magdalene.
Thank you.
Magdalene.
Yeah.
Magdalene. Yeah, she did. I like the way Liv Tyler had played her. She did have this about her, but she also had this she was powerful, but she wasn't threatening. You know, she for instance, she had to get Frodo to Rivendell, and she had to outrun the ring wraiths in order to do that.
Give up
So
the
there was the
halfling shelf.
Mhm.
so she wasn't going to do she handled that, and even when Frodo was injured, the way she spoke to him, you know, when he was injured and she came to him when he was stabbed by one of the ring wraiths, and she makes her
Hmm.
appearance. So to me, she embodies everything. And then also how she had to comfort Aragorn. He was having this doubt when he says to her, you know, the same strength throws through my veins, the same weakness, and she has to come and she has to comfort him about that. That he would be have the ability to overcome that. So I never took all of that by wearing these beautiful, elegant, flowing clothes, and I always took that as strength and beautiful. So to me, what her outfit is probably different than what Huntress or Diana Prince would wear coming from Paradise Island. So I was never ever I offended by any of the costumes that they wore. I never found it offensive. I never found it sexist. I would wear them myself if I could. Like if I went to a con, we have cons in Michigan, I would wear them myself. Even Scarlet Witch, Marvel has changed her costume, but in the comics, I loved her costume. I loved the costume that Wanda wore, the red with the cape and the bodysuit up under that. I loved all of that. So I thought it was empowering to me. The absolutely opposite of what they want you to think it is nowadays. Nowadays, they want to make them look like men, and I just think that's just. I don't like
Sexist.
that.
It's
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 sexist.
it's really
I got
sexist.
none of those things. I got none of, like I said, if I was Nick Fury and I was like if I was playing Scarlet Witch, I would tell them, no, I am wearing the costume. I'm going with the
Hmm.
costume that she wore in the comics. I am wearing that. It would be my choice. It's up to me, and that's what I would wear.
My body,
Wouldn't
my
have no
choice.
problems. Yep, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have any issues with it
Until
at
it's
all.
counter to what the mainstream says.
Of course, of course, I'd have to agree with that.
Very different than what they're trying to tell them. But if that were me and they came to me and said, "Well, you're going to play Scarlet Witch," I said, "I'm going to put that outfit on too, and don't tell me I can't. I
Hmm.
wear it because I chose to wear it. There's nothing wrong with that. And if it enhances all my curvily features, then I'm going to rock it. I am going to rock it."
In the case of to quote a certain dwarf, wear like armor and no one will hurt you.
Yes, that's right. I definitely will.
I know
It,
that's
it,
your
it,
arch nemesis. That that book series is your arch nemesis, but there is some good material
I
to
know
be had.
it's okay.
It's not for every. Now, mind you, Game of Thrones is not for everybody. I will freely admit that it's not for everybody. But there's no denying that there's some good things that come out of those books. Wouldn't you agree, Trooper or Schooner? If you guys ever
Oh, I
read the
agree.
Ice and Fire books
Oh, I
or
agree.
series,
Oh, it's okay.
Okay.
Just good.
I
yeah,
agree. In
continue,
fact,
Schooner.
I agree. Even the Song of Ice and Fire was not ashamed to show us the beauty of the feminine. I mean, you have you have multiple shades of like I said, the what did I say? The cute beauty, the hot beauty, the class beauty, and the grace beauty. I mean, for example, uh, class beauty would be Cersei Lannister. She has this beautiful demeanor about her, but she is cruel. You
That's
have,
putting it mildly.
yeah, you have,
Especially if
you
we're talking
have,
about book Cersei.
mm-hmm, yeah, that was bad. Then you have Daenerys Targaryen, who is more graceful
Well,
beauty.
I never thought I heard it pronounced that way. That's a nice way of pronouncing it. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then you have Egret, who is more or less. I mean, yeah, she's covered up, but then later on in the series, she and Jon Snow are in the cave with the hot springs, and Jon Snow notices her beauty when she removes her garment because they're in the north. But she removes her garments, and it's the first time he has seen he is seeing this, and he is enamored. He is, it's beautiful.
Don't forget Buen of Tarth.
Brianna of Tarth, actually, believe it or not, has a cute beauty to her, if that makes sense. She is more of, like I said, the warrior class, but even Jaime Lannister in the book admires her beauty when she comes into the and I think it was the
There's
second.
a lot of bath scenes in his book series.
Well, yeah, because it has medieval echoes, and I like the fact that he's not that George R. R. Martin didn't shy away from that. He embraced it. I mean, he jumped all in.
I think he showers a lot. I like to think that he likes to take baths regularly.
Well, it's also it's actually interesting because it's an important scene. I mean, we even get one in Berserk with Guts and
Casca.
Casca, and that is these are important moments because this is intimacy without the physical act to it. These are characters who are laying themselves bare for other characters.
Speaking of, you know what? Speaking of Berserk, that will bring to my one of my favorite female characters. Definitely Casca is one of mine. One thing for sure that I do like about Casca is the adversity to her character. The fact that she's command of back when the Hawks heyday, she was command of her own unit. And then later on, she mounts up and becomes the leader of the Hawks when they were betrayed by Midland. Well, because of what Griffith did after Guts left.
He done screwed up.
Yeah, he done goofed. But like sorry, Trooper is sending me a secret message in the private chat.
Is it really private though? If we all have access to it?
No, it's not. No,
Open mic. I think it might be me. You might be hearing my wife doing busy work around me. That's probably what you're probably hearing, Trooper. Just letting you know. Speaking of adversity, yeah, the fact that she's basically a woman in a world where nobody gives a damn, excuse me, about you being a woman. There will be one thing, anyone that has any kind of desire about them, and it's the fact that they're going to take advantage of what was seen as a weakness in the world of Berserk. Basically, the female. But I'm a little worried about showing Casca on this screen because we all know Berserk is kind of Being's say search is in effect here. Okay, I guess I can show her. I'll just choose this image real quick and share screen. And I'm only showing one image. I'm not gonna look for any more images because you never know. Bing might slip up.
Right.
Well, I actually thought it was interesting about Casca is that in the beginning she is very resentful.
This is for the people in the back who don't know who Casca is. For those who are not anime fans or manga fans, this is Casca right here. And now one thing I don't mean to cut you off, Schooner. I know you have a lot to say because you and I are, and I'm pretty sure Trooper also here are Berserk fans. But yeah, one thing I like about design too, and this is Golden Age Casca. By the way, for those who are not in the know, this is Golden Age Casca. One thing I like about Golden Age Casca is the armor she wears. Now, we all have our criticisms and defenses towards boob armor and female form armor.
Practical. It's practical. If you look at armor at the time, the way it pushes up. Okay, I'm getting off on a tangent.
It's romantic. Gosh, I can't even say the word right now.
Practical. It's practical, and I would wear it.
Now,
it's practical. There's nothing wrong with it.
Now, let me say this. The reason why Casca's armor is designed the way it is because she is not a very buxom woman.
Right.
She's not. Well, I can say that because those who have either seen the whichever version of anime that you've seen Berserk in, or have read the manga, know her, you know, clothed and unclothed. So
Mhm.
she's not really, she's a full figure woman, but she's not very boxy, and that's why her armor is designed. It's not designed specifically to make her, to make it look practical, as what many feminists would like to push for women, which in reality, you cannot get armor designed for women specifically like this. We have to make armor that's a bit form fitting for the women. That's why when we go, using men for example, when we go into to very festive places that requires us to wear a tuxedo, we have to get fitted,
Mhm.
because a tux is not a one size fit all situation, like say maybe a sweater of varying sizes, you but it's the same thing with armor fitting. Like armor has to fit you have to tailor the armor to fit a specific body type. So this whole thing about boo armor should not exist in the media and all that stuff, and how they get outraged over it. They should be actually celebrating it, because we are actually taking the time to take care of the female form, and all the functioning body parts of the female form. Functioning in quotations there with the boobs, because they only serve one function after a certain weaning time. Excuse me, Leia plus size. But yeah,
It took me a
No,
second
no.
to hold on to that.
but more so, stepping out away from the design aspect of Casca. Like I said, I had to go back to the adversity part. Like again, the world of Berserk don't give a damn what or who or where you are. The world in Berserk is uncruel and at times unjust. But it's those who struggle against it, and stand up against it, that ends up winning in the end, even if they do get kicked down at the darkest moment of Berserk, even at the darkest moment in Berserk going forward. Now, mind you, my place in the story right now, I'm past the troll part, and boy was that rough to watch.
Mhm.
Boy, was that rough to watch. I don't know if you're familiar with Berserk, Leia plus size. I don't know how you're gonna take that one, cause this
It makes Game
series
of
is,
Thrones look like a Walt Disney movie.
yeah. Game of Thrones will look like Lord of the Rings compared to Berserk.
Yeah, and see, my brother made me sit through the whole thing of Berserk. He actually owns it, and to be honest, I didn't get it. I don't know. Maybe it was just me. Like,
You're the first, cause I was the one who said it to myself.
I
I didn't get the craze of Berserk until I saw it. Like, you know what? I get it. I
like,
get it.
like what I kind of gravitated to more so than Berserk, and I mean, I guess it could be considered anime. That was like Afro Samurai. That's what I gravitated to. I mean, I have that, but see,
Shame that didn't get no conclusion, or at least a
yeah,
third sequel, which
but that
they
you
didn't
know,
talk about. They
that's
At
the
the
didn't
very
go
least,
on.
it
hero.
deserves a final installment to wrap it all up.
Yeah,
Hmm.
like the thing with like the feminine heroes. I mean, it's they're in a quirky spot because comic books, even in I mean we'll go back to TV in a second, but like comic books and even cartoons, you know generally were always dominated as a boy thing. And of course you always had Saturday, you had Saturday cartoons which had everything. So I mean you could sit through My Little Pony, Potato Head and Kids, you could sit through all that. Yeah, you could sit through all that and it was all fantastic because it hit everybody. But in terms of like the comics, I mean, female characters tend to actually dip in both markets. I mean, they tend to have a male and a female following, as male characters in themselves tend to be implicitly male. I mean, that's changed somewhat. So they do have somewhat of a female following. Even Leia plus size will tell you, heroes like Captain America. I mean, they stand out because they have a set of tenets that they believe, and that tends to ultimately bring you into that world. But like with female characters, what makes them stand apart is that they can kind of bounce around in both the male world and the female world a little bit, and they have a little bit more of a sandbox to play in. And I think that's why when you see characters written in such a way that we haven't seen before, they tend to stand out more. Now, I didn't get Game of Thrones. I mean, I have like the first 3 seasons. Eventually, I'll get around to watching it. But like,
Stop at 4.
stop it for.
Which
Stop
is
at
the
the
best
4th
season,
season.
in my opinion.
Same. I got the DVDs. So
Yeah. The if we're talking about television, I kind of want to kind of hit ABC a little bit, and that's a Disney owned property. And then you have one of
what
the
show?
pictures. I was going to say Grey's Anatomy, because what you see there is not necessarily like
Yeah, I'm gonna tune out on this when you
feminine
keep going, dude.
characters. But what you're seeing, but what you're seeing on that kind of thing is you start seeing more of the cerebral female. So kind of a different spin on a Jean Grey character, if you will, where you could say that their superpowers would be like problem solving, almost like Oracle, if you will. Kind of like where like Barbara Gordon, ends up having some form of injury and can no longer be Batgirl, so she becomes Oracle. So, I mean, if we're talking about the way a female character evolves, it tends to almost implicitly have like a feminist like evolutionary take to it. It's not, say, like how a male character would evolve. So you get to see a little bit more of a side tangent type of development. And I think, if I remember right, I think you see some of that in Game of Thrones. Obviously, I did not watch the last season. I was told not to. So even my brother said, "Hey, don't watch it." I threw something at the screen, and I was like, "Okay," so I guess I won't watch it. But what I have seen from Game of Thrones are the stills. So I remember a few vids before me saying, as far as where we were going with like Emilia, if you will, now that she is more or less slated to play Mara, that there are some actresses that are very attractive, but if you cast them in a role,
I would
which
cast her as an adult series for the Netflix Witcher series, not Mirror. That's my hot take right now. Just putting that out there right now. That's my hot take. But she needs to learn how to fight.
Well, it's more like with female characters, it's almost like having to take a scalpel to it, because you never want to have like an actress that kind of overshadows the character. You want an actress to literally just kind of like soak into it and become the character on screen. And I think that's what we saw with Amber, with Mara, for sure.
Okay.
But that's my take on all this stuff. Like,
how's the smoothie, everybody?
I wish. No, I already have mine in front of me. So, but that's my take on this stuff. It's, female characters really should, be written as female characters. Big difference, and I think I sent you a MeWe, was like America Chavez. Like, yeah, you can see like when I sent you all those pictures, and I'm pretty sure you can post some of that stuff with the share screen. And I know Schooner knows a lot about this. Like, the way you do the action poses are not even feminine poses anymore. It's more of a masculine pose. Like, even Spider-Gwen suffers from that as well, where she tends to have authentically Peter Parker type stances when she's patrolling the streets, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you don't see them.
Not only that, and if they are going to be portrayed in a quote feminine feature, they almost have to be like that of a alphabet people type of feature. They need to have the short hair, or they need to have, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do, because we've gotten away from actually portraying the characters to kind of like this always just kind of, it's all tied into the aspirational hero, because all heroes can be aspirational heroes, regardless of their archetype, whether it's like the detective or the trickster. They all have the potential to have a quality that's aspirational to them at the very end. It's like uh, Loki will do something good if it meets his needs, and it's the same way with Lady Loki. I mean, we're talking about female characters, and it's the same way with Spider Gwen or Spider Man, even though they're coming at it from doing the greater good. So it's interesting to see how not only what our views are on these female characters changes, but also as far as what they wear versus it all tells a story. And I think maybe like the most feminine character even in the 70s was Dazzler, and she didn't really have a lot of superpowers, if you will, and I think they should have delved into that more. But if you pull up any of her stuff online, you'll see she tends to have more of a feminine quality to her, but at the same time it's like she's covered up in such a way that it like mirrors the culture of disco, if you will, for that time.
Hey, can I ask a question? Wolf 10 Media, what are your archetype designs? Favorite archetype design?
The tomboy.
Really? So like Tank Girl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Heck yeah. One thing I gotta say about Tank Girl, Tank Girl had that punk rock attitude to it. That I really favor. Actually, you know what? There's one character I want to bring up that ticks all of what Scooter's been saying up until now about his types of female beauty.
Mm-hmm.
Legatha from Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm about to show her real quick.
Okay.
Name those three again, Schooner.
Those three who from Vikings?
No. The beauties that you were talking about, the class beauty, there
is. Hang on, I'm getting my notes. There is cute beauty, hot beauty, class beauty, and grace beauty.
Now, does this woman at least check all three of those?
Yes.
I know you haven't seen Vikings.
You have to watch the show, but holy smokes!
It's been a while. I can't remember all of it, but I used to watch it. But I missed it.
I assumed incorrectly.
I know of the show, but I don't have. I vaguely remember some episodes because I had to catch up with it. Episodes, yes.
I watched Last Kingdom, but I didn't watch Vikings. So yeah. So
she's also my favorite as well. One of my favorite female characters. Again, back to the whole adversity thing. The fact that she actually takes earlship in her own tribe in the Vikings community. They and also she joins up Ragnar in his raid on goodness, I'm trying to remember, either Wessex or when they attempted Frakia actually in season 4, I believe. And she has her own she even she has her own little quadrant of shield maidens, but like man, she's beast. She's a beast in this story. Both
and they don't sacrifice. I mean, she's a fighter when she has to be a fighter, but she's also what was I going to
feminine.
Say? How do you say it? Thank you. She's also not afraid of her femininity.
I would cast Catherine Winnick as Hippolyta if given a chance. If chance was given to make a new Wonder Woman movie, she'll be Hippolyta.
Yeah,
because she does have this Hippolyta image to her. Mm-hmm. I mean, the very first opening part of episode 1 of Vikings is her taking out potential rapists who are about to rape her and her daughter, while her husband and her son were out hunting. Her husband Ragnar, her husband at the time, Ragnar, and her son Bjorn, and she literally takes these guys out by herself. That's why she's the reason why whenever time I bring up my assessment of the gender roles in the family and in the family unit, especially the nuclear family, the husband is the first line of defense. The wife is the second line of defense.
Mm-hmm.
It should always be that way. The husband is the first line of defense. If the husband fails, then the mother should never fail at her second line. Was they're defending
Mm-hmm.
the child.
Their whole world,
Yeah,
essentially.
Essentially, yeah.
So she embodies that second line of defense. Like
Mm-hmm.
even if, like I said, even if there's a, we all will agree there's difference between man and woman, but the woman should stay ever vigilant when protecting the one thing that came from her body, the child.
Mm-hmm.
While
Well, it
the
was also
husband is there to be the first line of defense of the household. Excuse me, excuse me, of the household. Go ahead,
Mhm.
Sooner. You're going
Well,
to
it
add
was
something.
actually the show Vikings that actually taught me that the man does not defend the woman because she is weak. He defends her because she is the most important thing to him.
Exactly. Now, plus, if you want anything to add to that, go ahead. Or Trooper. Any of you guys, who you want? Who want to jump in?
Well, I was going to say I agree exactly with that. Excuse me, I was drinking some water. I agree 100% when it comes to that or any show. There was another point that was made, but Trooper can go on because I lost my thought. I was going to add something else to it, except
You're
I
having brain farts
do.
like me.
Yeah, I am. I had it right on the
We all
tip
have
of my.
having that.
I had it right on the tip of my tongue. It was add to it, but you were making such good points that I do have to agree with that about the defense of the woman and also her role as well. So, and then I was also going to say, if you want to freely mention Game of Thrones, you are more than welcome to. Just because the show did not appeal to me doesn't mean that the rest of you cannot use examples or chat from that. So,
Oh, come on. We all know it's porn with swords. We all can agree on that. It's
Man, I
porn with
really want to talk
swords.
about Red Sonja. Yeah,
go ahead.
sure.
Go ahead, Trooper.
Add more to it if you again, bruh.
No,
Bruh,
because you're going to
what
hear
is
a
the
lot of
text?
pearl. You're going to hear a lot of pearl
Trooper,
clutching.
what does the better say at the bottom of our icons? Favorite female characters. Even if it is just a limited number amount, keep talking about your female characters. Go ahead, brother.
Gosh, well, there's a big difference. See, I can't think of the word I want to use. That's an inoffensive word, but you have the diluting of
Bruh, we're in the world of
character.
nothing safe. Say what you guys say.
No, I was gonna say okay, so you have like an archetype, warrior woman or warrior princess, if you will, like Red Sonja, that's been diluted almost to say brave, if you will.
I love Brave.
Yeah, there's a big difference between Brave and Red Sonja. Big difference, like there is an insurmountable chasm right there because here we have a character who is absolutely female, absolutely dons the armor and dons the sword. Like I said, maybe I would say she is the phallic woman that we talk about, but it comes across differently because with a
I'm
phallic
talking
female
Meridia.
yeah, like what you get with a phallic female warrior is you get kind of like what ended up happening in the 90s with Xena Warrior Princess, where in order to fit a certain mold, you get a certain actress and you dress them a certain way. I mean, Xena was fantastic. I mean, looking at like all these DVDs and looking at all these older shows, I mean, it worked, but I mean,
Bruh,
when we think of the archetype
I
female
saw
character,
Xena and Hercules in the shadows on the shelf at Target. I should have gotten them that day.
you need to get that stuff. The only thing I can tell you, and for all you guys who are watching, make sure that if you're getting any of these older shows, flip the packaging towards the back and make sure it's not. I keep forgetting the production company. I think it's like Millhouse or something Mills. Like you'll know what it is. Like with a lot of these sword and sandal films, what tends to happen is there are generic companies that literally just, as opposed to taking the original material from the original material and actually, beautifying it, sort of like what Harmy's doing with version 3 of, Star Wars Despecialized. What ends up happening is it's just a straight, generic transfer. So you get really bad grainy images.
Right.
So yeah, like if you have the opportunity and you can pick up, say, Hercules and Xena over at Target, do it, because that kind of stuff is rare. Like since I know a little bit about these retailers, is they normally don't pick out the media themselves. They hire a third party company that does it. So it depends on who does the ordering for a particular chain or a particular store. You might get, a person who actually, does this ordering that really is into a lot of this cult stuff that knows it sells, as far as cult TV. And that's where you'll eventually see every now and then you'll see packaging like that. But other than that, most people just like mass order. So, I mean, you may find a copy of, say, Glory Road as a reprint at Target, but you will be oversaturated with current Disney or current DC. I'm looking at Sam Proctor's.
I was about to mention that we hit the hour mark, and I was going to get into comments. But if you want to read it, or you want me to read it, I'll do that as well.
Sure, I can read it. I thought Cara Dune was a pretty boring character. Though I'm really excited for the Daily Wire Gina Carano movie. I'm right there with you on that, because this is a point, me and the rest of the guys were talking about backstage, is that this is creating a situation for independent films, independent companies that, get into, say, creating the graphic novels. And I think that's where we kind of need to go as comic book fans. I think we really need to start appreciating the smaller houses that bring us the content that we can appreciate and gravitate to. You're spending your money. You're spending your money on an investment. Let's be honest. As geeks and nerds,
it's a risk.
Yeah, as geeks, nerds, and I'll even include dorks in this. It's like, we're more willing to buy a product and give it a chance if it ends up being good. If it's terrible, then literally, I mean, you've already wasted $30-$40. Now, there are some people that are smart that are like, you know what, I don't want this. They take it back to the retailer. Most oftentimes, the retailers won't really give you too much of a fuss about it, but it'll only give you like store credit. So maybe there's a slim chance you can reinvest it into that Hercules, and Xena package that you saw. But but what you're going to see is a lot of the media is going to slowly start going away, because we're starting to hit a benchmark where anything like what we're talking about today, like all these characters at one point will be deemed as offensive in some sort. So, I mean, if you see it on, the shelf and you got the extra $5, do it, or do like I do. Just go to like a used media store that specializes in, reselling used media. Most oftentimes the stuff is in quality condition. It's just the person doesn't see it for what it is, and they sell it for store credit. That's how I get most of my stuff. Because I can tell you on my shelf right now, I have, some old television stuff that was around, before I even knew it was around. I found this series called Forever Night, where, and this is where we get into the cerebral female characters, where, the detective is a vampire, but
I watched that show.
Yeah, but his sidekick unwillingly ends up being a female forensic, pathologist. So again, we're starting, we start to see, as the times change, we start seeing different sorts of characters. Like I said, the cerebral female, and then you start seeing characters like Dana Scully, if you will, who is also a cerebral female character, mind you. Even during like 90s TV, like her outfit was still, if we're talking about these female characters, was very tailored to that type of character. It had really nice straight lines, because obviously, she was I would say she was the non-believer of the two. So she had to have an outfit that reflected that, where Mulder, obviously, he was a little bit more, scruffy, a little bit more, disheveled a little bit, but it really mirrored.
I now noticed that she was always very prim and proper, stern by the books and facts.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Mulder, he's always wearing his suit open, and he looks scruffy. He doesn't always button up his jacket.
Like he came from his house that's filled with
Yeah, like
with
he literally woke up. Yeah,
with scores of beer bottles all over the place.
yeah, like he literally just woke up from the couch, freaking put on his coat, and went out the door. I thought that was always an interesting dynamic.
And that's again tying back into the costumes are more of the invitation into the mindset and personality of these characters.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I still happen to think that the cerebral woman has not had as much damage done to that archetype yet.
Yeah.
Well, because a lot of people don't seem. Well, here's the beauty of it. Most oftentimes, what ends up happening is because the cerebral hero, if you will, is so much in their own head that it's a hard character to write, because you have to literally be in the mind of that character. So that character tends to be dismissed, and it'll be replaced with like Class Pretty or Hot Pretty or Grace Pretty, So I mean, it's a tough character. I mean,
you draw those classes.
Yeah, and was it Bones definitely had a good example.
Mulder Scully dynamic too.
Yeah,
I haven't watched that show, but I know the appeal to it.
But House did also. But mind you, she was a cerebral female character, but she came across as being dumb, pretty, and smart. If you can write a female that way, where she's playing off the fact that she's very attractive, and she doesn't use her attractiveness as a weapon, but she uses it as a way to kind of skirt out of, falling into the cracks and, in pits that are laid before her, if you will.
Brian Gilmore says, it sucks that today's action heroines are allowed to be feminine in any way. If you see femininity as weakness, that's on you and no one else. Hey, Samuel Lee.
Pretty much. That hit the nail right on the head right there.
Anything you want to add to that, Left Plus Size? I know I'm putting you on the spot there.
No, I was going to say I would agree again, and that's why we get the crap that we're getting now. A lot of it reflects themselves. It has nothing to do with us or the characters. That's their own insecurity.
I argue that they're trying to repress their own sexuality while at the same time being very degenerate behind closed doors as well. Like, it's that kind of situation where, you used to. I hate
the very threat of feminism is feminism.
I hate to say this, but like, remember back in the days when the crazy Christians would just be advocating for contraceptives and all that stuff and all that jazz and be very, very having the scores of skeletons behind their closets inside the closets. Nowadays it's a reverse. Now it's speaking as an atheist, I will even confess that I used to be very militant in my atheism, but like at this point, I side with Christians now. I stand with Christians now, and anybody who doesn't drink this wokeness and stuff like that, like even alphabet people who don't conform to this this gender identity nonsense, even trans that don't conform to this nonsense, like those who protect their individualism above all else, I side with at this point, because that's the only issue I had with some religions when it becomes far too for lack of a better term, cultish in its own way, or to the point where they start getting very violent and barbaric.
When tyranny comes, it will be in the disguise of peace.
Oh, exactly. Absolutely. I totally believe that, and that's why you're getting a little bit more of the twisting of pop culture genres right now. As in, okay, well, that's great that you like that, but this is what we're presenting, so you can either take it or you can leave it. So, and like I said before, that's why you're seeing a lot of enthusiasts starting to go back into these older comics and really starting to build their catalog and really starting to realize, hey, this is premium stuff. So you see a lot more demand for some of the older stuff. Even I was doing it on when I would go to Midtown Comics when I had the opportunities. I mean, that's how I was building up some of my older series was through Midtown, because if you can't find it at your local comic store, normally you can find it with bigger chains like Midtown. But I don't know how they're faring in the time of COVID. I know that my comic store really got hit hard to the point where it was one person doing curbside pickup.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Indeed, yikes.
Hello, Dread 2012 Death. Good to see you as always. He says, hello there, everyone. I'll be in and out on the views, but I agree with Brian that they are not making female characters feminine, and that's because they seem to be switching femininity to the boys. That's a dumb,
That's very true.
Yeah.
dumb mission statement for them to do to really feminize the boys and masculinize the women. Like that, it's like it's like what we said in the green room. They're trying to do the androgyny thing, which, like I stated before, they don't even know what androgyny is at that point. I can name you on hand who had it down packed back in the days when it comes to androgyny. Prince, David Bowie. There are said currently right now Tilda Swinton. Tilda Swinton.
Yep.
Tilda Swinton is there. Who else? Rick James, masculine as he may be, can be very androgynous at times. Dennis Rodman.
With his braids, I loved it. That's one of the few albums I do have in my collection that I literally went all out of my way. Yeah, I literally went out of my way to get that album. And like, for anyone who's on the stream, I mean, if you really want to find something,
you don't bring home to mama.
Yes.
She will never let your spirits down when she get up out the streets. Oh yeah.
And the thing about Rick James, he was not ashamed to appreciate the archetype feminine.
She liked the trooper in the band.
Yeah.
Continue what you're saying, dog.
yeah. Rick James knew how to appreciate the archetype feminine. It's like it's all over it's all over his freaking his videos. And then on top of that,
Trooper. Next time I start this thing late, you guys start. Well, I came home last night. You wouldn't even talk to me.
Well,
you was fast asleep. Not kidding.
Well,
go ahead.
Pre Spice Girls, you had the Mary Jane Girls, if you will, because he started. He produced that group, and I mean that was at a time where. What you started to see from female characters and also, female actresses and singers is you started to see more their clothing change somewhat. If we're still talking about the androgynous stuff, you started seeing the woman in the blazer top, or you also started to see the shoulder pads where maybe as a woman, maybe you didn't have an hourglass. Well, the best way to achieve that without, doing anything too drastic was putting on a pair of shoulder pads. It automatically widens your shoulders and it automatically visually slims your waist. That was another way of doing it. So, I mean, you saw a lot of Latifah. Oh yeah, she was up there too. She was up there too. I mean, now that we're talking about like Queen Latifah, going back to female characters, we talk a lot about Storm in terms of like, female characters and female characters of color, but Monica Rambeau never got a lot of notoriety. Like,
she had an idyllic figure.
Yeah. So like when you ask someone, hey, name a character, name your favorite X-Men, inevitably it's either going to be Jean Grey or it's going to be Storm. And that kind of gives you a little hint into their mind, where Jean Grey was more of the cerebral, where Ororo Monroe, she was more of.
Not to cut you off, Trooper. Yeah. I gotta address Victoria Fadbow with this comment. She says, "I don't know if this count, but I love Sandy bad girl look at the end of Grease. It's so iconic."
That is.
You were in the beginning of the stream. I said movies, video games, comics, and books. and
Yep.
TV shows. So Sandy do count. Sandy, why,
Well, that was like a
why
coming of age
you
film,
left
you
me?
know.
Oh,
You know,
Sandy.
you're
I'm
you're
just having fun with the
you're
stream right
you're
now.
you're plucking this female, out of her naivete, if you will, and she's starting to realize there's a bigger and badder world out there. So she starts to kind of mirror that in her hair and in the style, which she goes from very, poodle skirt to very tight forming, like outfits towards the end of the film. Um, and I honestly think that's one of the cooler older films where you can see a female character actually kind of have an evolution from the very beginning to the very end.
Mm-hmm.
We got a new person in here with Hex Allen Comics. I'm not sure. Now correct me if I'm wrong. This might be your second time being here, but let me know if this is your first time being here. So welcome Hex and Allen Comics, everyone.
Welcome, Heck.
Hello, Hex. Hello. Trooper, you
You
were right about Grease.
Yeah,
Yeah, of Sandy. Yeah, I would agree with that.
yeah. No, I mean, if you look at, if you and you, what ends up happening, if you do a character really well, you do see an evolution to them. And I hate to bring up Wonder Woman 84, but a good, Minerva is
No, bring
definitely
it up,
one
dude.
of those.
Bring it
Well,
up. This is
there's
free country
Go ahead.
topic here.
like what ended up happening in Wonder Woman is you did have an evolution of Wonder Woman in Wonder Woman 84, but it was more of a cerebral evolution because the thing about the first film is once you hit God Killer status, what else is there? I mean, you've already gone through the maiden mother crone cycle. The only thing you can do is start right back at the beginning and go right back to the maiden stage. Well, that obviously did not really happen, but she did kind of give into the fantasy of having, Steve Trevor back. The evolution that we did get was a cerebral one, and I think that ended up kind of glossing over the heads of a lot of people, where she learned that her needs needed to be put in focus, and she needed to do the greater good towards the very end because she was making the rest of the world suffer, but not by not putting the well-being of others before those of herself. And I mean, an aspirational hero will always do that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I say you get two films with Wonder Woman 84. And the actual Wonder Woman film really starts when she rescinds her wish and she, bids Steve Trevor goodbye, which if there's ever a third film, it'd be interesting to see how Chris Pine comes back. Because I really, really, really thought they were going to go with the Greek myth, and I really thought they were going to go ahead and introduce, the fates in this somehow, and that somehow there was going to be some form of time loop that would more or less be able to bring Steve back without having to do it with the monkey's paw. But anyway, going back to Barbara Minerva, like you see that with Barbara too, like her beginning character towards the very beginning, and then what we have at the very end is more of a savage beast. So, and
Mm-hmm.
I found it very interesting how, Patty Jenkins told that story, because as she started to evolve into the savage beast, like her outfits became more and more revealing. And even towards the end of the film, it was more of an 80s punk with
She is
the,
not an apex predator, Minerva.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like you saw like the leather, and you saw like the what would you call that? I don't want to call it bedazzling because I always want to go to that because that's what I think of. But like it almost becomes an armor, and from what I see is the only way these writers know how to evolve a villain is to make them savage. When it comes to females, because that even happens with Jean Grey when she becomes a phoenix. She almost becomes an entity that's not her own, if you will. And
I
that's
like
what
to
happened to
call
Barbara
her
Minerva.
as raw power
Yeah,
personified.
yeah, you could do that. Yeah, and you see that it's in like a nature form. So you know, Barbara takes on a more cat-like form, and same thing with Jean, where she takes on a more of a, for lack of a better term, ethereal bird type of imagery. But That's my take on that stuff. But let's go to the next. Comment.
Neil Star Projection says, the brilliant star that shines through the night, the iron wall that wards off the wicked. Rise, a man stands before you. Rise, a man. Rise, a man. Kateke kiyo kodi rise, a man. Rise, a man. Rise, a man. She who kick pow. Rise, a man. Yo!
He is a riser man.
Yes, he is.
Never gets old.
I think he's very appreciative of how I tend to do my own little South Park rendition of Japanese language. And he says, favorite female characters, where do I even begin? Dude, I just lay down the groundwork. Movies, comics, books, whatever.
You begin with Sheena, Queen of the Jungle. That's what you do, Neo. You literally pull up Sheena and you find out what she's about. And then you find out, hey, she's just not a female in, leopard skin. She actually knows what she's doing. So
or you bring up Brienne.
I was looking at this comment from Sam Proctor. He says, I swear Wonder Woman 84 was written by a hyper monkey on cocaine, but
actually, I think the hyper monkey on cocaine could have turned out something better.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You can tell where, there was a finalized script, and then you can tell where there was, something shoehorned into it. And the shoehorned part is literally the first half of the film, because it looks like an 80s film. It kind of plays like an 80s film, but there's no substance to it. And if you're going to go ahead and if you're going to do an 80s type film, it needs to stay with, if that's where they were going to go, they needed to do what WandaVision did. If you look at some of the behind the scenes stuff, which I'm sure you can find all over YouTube, because Disney definitely put that out there to kind of get the audience kind of like hyped up about WandaVision. Elizabeth, Olsen really kind of had to work at, how to kind of move her body. And this goes back to comics, how to move her body, what poses to be able to do, and expressions that were very common to each decade. So you saw Elizabeth do a character from the 50s, from the 60s, from the 70s and 80s. So, and when you look at, syndicated television now, we can say the 2020s now, that has changed dramatically. So and I say that because in 2020, it's not like 1950. Like even the clothing, like options and colors and everything like that, especially for that first episode, it was intentionally meant to literally fade Wanda into the screen. You got to remember, the Hex hasn't really learned how to imitate life yet. And then obviously as the series progresses, you see it change a little bit. But I'm
noticing that too in the 2020s. It's now like the feminine features now have to be more and more covered up.
Yeah, and I think that tends to be because it's something that, quote, we can't. I don't think we can't talk about or discuss it. I think it's there. Like I said, it's even Wolf said it. It's more of an androgynous, non-binary direction that they're going, and that's really hard to do, because the only way you can do something like that is by having, say, maybe like a non-binary thinking actor or actress, and it's just great to me.
Whoa.
Yeah, you got a lot of action at your house. So I was gonna say Elliot or Ellen Page comes to mind.
She's still Ellen until she does movies as Elliot. We already covered this.
This is very true, because we don't know where that ultimately goes. But like Ellen Page is literally probably one of the only few people you can do that with right now. And it would be very interesting to see where that goes. And I could kind of see it go maybe towards Tank Girl, because Tank Girl actually embraces both aspects. The only difference being is that Tank Girl keeps her femininity out on the surface. So she's got her shaved head, but instead of her shaved head, she's got her goggles. She's got her she's got her tank top. she's got her, combat cut off.
I don't worry anywhere near Tank Girl.
So
Hmm.
honestly, I don't think Tank Girl could actually come back in 2020 without having drastic changes, just like of some of the other character selections that I made. Go ahead, Schooner.
All right.
Oh, I was just going to say, fun fact, the guy who created Tank Girl also helped create Gorillaz, the band.
Wow.
I did not know that.
We came from let's do it, let's follow to I'm happy, I'm feeling good, I got sunshine in a bag, I'm useless.
Enough along the future is coming on, is coming on, is coming on.
Every thing that you say or do, I'm caught up.
Yeah, we having karaoke. We're having karaoke afternoon today, everybody. So Samuel I pronounced his name wrong. Let me do it again. Samuel Lee Oki says, if you want a slice of life historical fiction manga with a lot of pretty ladies, A Bright Story has been really enjoyable. Takes place in Turkey and the neighboring countries in the 19th century. That's one thing I want to point out about Japan. This is why I give them the utmost big respect, like big up respect. They branch out.
Oh yeah,
all the time. They branch out. Sometimes the stories is told through a Japanese perspective, but oftentimes you get those chances where they tend to branch out and tell stories that we never even heard of.
Mm-hmm.
But with the Japanese lens sometimes. And what Samuel Lee is pointing out is basically just that. They branch out. We don't do that much here. We do get imported stories from other countries, like say y'all help me out with this one. Europe, definitely Europe.
From Europe, Africa, Asia, South America. Even Australia has some pretty amazing stories.
Does Australia even exist?
At this point, probably not.
Well, the best thing, what was it? Mad Max came from Australia.
Ooh, you know what? And that tends to bring that brings Charlize to mind when we talk about Mad Max.
Fury Road. Let's get into that.
Yeah, that's like another take on Tank Girl, because I was looking at a comment that Samuli made about Jack in Mass Effect 2 and 3, and I tend to look at those as fresh takes off of Tank Girl, because you got to remember in the 90s, Tank Girl was something very different that we hadn't seen before.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, and a lot of people jumped on that bandwagon. They really loved that character. Now, me personally, I didn't, because we're talking about the 90s and stuff. What else is going on?
I mean, she
we're talking
slept
about
with
Mortal
a
Kombat
kangaroo.
Well, the kangaroo.
Let's just say I can totally understand why you wouldn't find that appealing, Trooper.
Yeah. Well, for me anyway, I think one of my favorite characters, and I don't really bring her up, because if I bring her up, then it just brings up a whole other can of worms. My favorite female character has always been Ahsoka Tano. So, like, yeah, but you have to remember, what really ties us together as a group, if we're talking about Al, Professor, Boomer, Papa, Leia, Schooner, myself, and you, is that we all kind of pop in at different times throughout. If we're using Star Wars as a gauge, we all pop in at different times. So you've got, some of the guys popped in during, original trilogy. Some people popped into loving the genre during the prequels. I popped in, during Clone Wars. And I know how a lot of people don't really see that as actual Star Wars, but I mean, if you look at it this way, it inspired, Lucas inspired a lot of people, and that's where we got Filoni. Ultimately, is where we really did get Filoni. I don't really talk about sequel stuff, because at that point, the IP has changed hands, so it's kind of like say you have your favorite pet who is like your family member, you treat him like family, he gives you a lot of love back, and then you get into a situation where you no longer can keep him because whether, say a landlord says, hey, you can't have a 25-pound dog here, or he's over the weight limit, you gotta get rid of him, here's your notice. Well, what you end up doing is you end up trying to find him a good home, and that's ultimately what Lucas tried to do. And what ends up happening is you always have a situation where there's always a 50-50 chance.
Busy people on your end, Leia.
you
No,
get,
I'm here. Yes, it is busy outside.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm saying. Busy people.
yeah, you get into a situation where sometimes you can find a good owner for your pet, and sometimes you don't. And by the time, once the transaction's over, it's over. You can't be like, hey, give me my pooch back. I've always been very fortunate with my pets that I've never had that. But I mean, I had a situation where my pet rabbit ended up having to be given to another home because my brother was coming and on the way, and my mother was pregnant, and she couldn't stand the smell of my rabbit anymore, so she had to kind of find him a new home. But so that's why I don't really talk about the sequel stuff, because that's in a different set of hands, and they think they want to do something completely different.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I hear what you mean. I think, Kathleen Kennedy, the true Zemo of the Star Wars universe.
Oh, for reals. What's your name? My name is Siebel. And,
well, I mean, what was it? Empire destroyed by its enemies can rise again, but an empire destroyed within, that's death. And that's basically what Star Wars has become. That's death.
This is why I really like having dialogues with you, because I really like what you have to say, and I want to pick your brain more. But like, let's get to it.
I'm sorry, but the scientist in this government,
or what's that one scientist's name? There's a certain scientist that I'm thinking of that I can't think of right now. What's that brain dude's name from Nightmare?
On this underground facility have already tried poking my brain. They gave me flashcards and they said, "What is that?" And I responded with, "It's a flashcard, you moron."
No, the brain dude from Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh, they just call him the Doctor.
Yeah, that's who you remind me of, Trooper.
Yeah, I really like Sam Proctor's comment. Like, I mean, if we're talking about that inevitably gets me into Camille Paglia, but let's bring that comment up, because that opens up another can of worms we can talk about.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson. He says Jordan Peterson. Tongue-tied there. Jordan Peterson once said that the more you force men and women to be the same, or even switch roles, the more different they become.
And this is inevitably true, because as human beings, we always have that instinct to rebel against conformity, and you do see that in comics too. Like, once we start talking about X-Men, you see a lot of that happening with. You've got Magneto, who has one set of priorities versus Professor X, and it's like, okay, well. And it happens in Marvel, in the Marvel MCU as well, with having the Avengers fall under the rule of world government versus being an independent organization. So it's like, if a good example, Captain America rebelling, if you will, because of the need to keep the Avengers an autonomous organization. But then you have characters like Black Widow. Like I said before, they tend to kind of play in both buckets, where they can kind of dip their feet on, in both sides. So you see Black Widow go along with Tony, but ultimately, once we get to the, big montage of the film, you literally see, Natasha, I don't want to say her priorities never changed, but she never voiced them out loud. So when you see Black Widow taking down Black Panther,
she was more on the fence because she saw both sides of the argument given her situation with S.H.I.E.L.D., she realized, I thought I was doing the right thing, but now she's kind of confused. She doesn't know what the right thing is anymore.
Well, you could even attribute that to women's intuition, if you will. I mean, Jordan Peterson talks about what we attribute as women's intuition. Even Brett Weinstein has talked about it some, in that, it's women's intuition tends to be more of being able to read like body language or being able to read a situation more, because as men we tend to be very overt, where women tend to be more introverts. So they use their senses a little more, if you will. It's almost like they're reading the entire picture, as where men tend to, when we're looking at the picture, we're looking at the action figures. You know what I mean?
Almost like a hidden language that can only be seen by, like you said, intuition.
Through the lens of, if you will, a female identity, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But back to what you were saying about Jordan Peterson, about how how the more you say we need to be alike, the more differences keep coming out. I mean, I think that's also showing in our independent art. Another one of my favorite female designs and characters. Have you guys ever heard of Common America?
No, I have
Yeah.
not.
No, I don't know what it
I
is.
haven't read her, but I know of her.
Mm-hmm. It's basically it's basically it's a parody, but a parody that has with it a story, and I like that. Basically, Common America is now a character who is written, which all comic book characters should be, as a response to the current society and atmosphere. That's what these superheroes are supposed to do, created in response. So Common America is written in the same vein as like Captain Marvel, the good Captain Marvel, and, in the vein of Sailor Moon. But basically, she gets superpowers and she becomes a superheroine.
Basically, my inspiration for Lady of Valor's design, by the way.
Yeah. And she wants to be a superhero, and it's funny because she's actually bringing up a lot of social issues that are going on right now. She gets signed on with this firm, and she calls herself, I forget what she goes by one superhero name, and she signs on with this firm that represents superheroes, and they start bringing in all of this postmodern, third-wave feminist ideologies. They're basically saying they're going to give her a sidekick who is a minority, who is all of these stereotypes. And they also say, we need you to dress a little more conservatively. We got to get the right messages out there. And she's like, but I want to help people. I want to go out there and I want to go out there and I want to fight and I want to help people. And she ends up leaving them, and she can't use her name anymore because they have her signed to that name. So she decided to call herself Common America, and she's going to fight crime her way. And it's really, I recommend checking it out.
You gotta buy it online though.
You gotta buy it online, or you can go to this video. I first heard about it by
Just Some Guy.
And I immediately got on board and I said, okay, somebody where, and people are selling them. I mean, they bought it and they sold them on Amazon, and I got it, and I'm like, all right, I'm reading this. And it's hilarious because there's even a sequence where they talk about the quote unquote glass ceiling.
Well, yeah, I look at something like that and now I'm reminded of like classic Starfire, just looking at those outfits.
Yeah.
And,
Neostar Productions, thank you. Warhen, that's what they called her.
Warhen.
Warhen. It's actually really good. You should check it out, and I will support this comic book now.
Same part, I did watch that video. That's why I said I know her. I know of her.
Mm-hmm.
But and I'm like, why can't I'm actually saying read this comic book, and we should be creating more characters like this, characters who are in response to these trying times.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what comics ultimately always did, was they were always a reflection of fighting whatever the societal issue was at the time. And obviously they've gotten away from that because we're in a spot now where any type of commentary is, you'll get 28% of the audience, spamming, if you will, or making comments. But I don't know.
Nobody underestimates and the power of social media is like up to the nth degree right now.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's so magnified. And here's the thing: you got to remember, it's like I guess it's really hard to kind of contextualize that social media literally is just it's a small vacuum. There are a lot of people that are not on social media.
I could give two examples of how the power of social media making things as grandiose as they actually are. I mean, remember when they said Joker was going to, if anybody goes sees Joker, they're going to shoot up the movie theaters.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
But really what Joker was a commentary on the establishment.
Mm-hmm.
And or the most famous one, remember when they said, let's go raid Area 51?
I remember that, and it's like,
and I mean, you got news stations, you got newspapers, you got all forms of media basically saying don't raid Area 51, and it gained so much traction that when the time came to truly raid Area 51, there was only like a small group of people who actually went there, and they didn't even do anything. All they did was just stand there, take a few pictures, saying, "Hey, I'm in front of Area 51," and they got a few pictures with the soldiers. I mean, that's pretty much it. And then they said Joker is going to lead people to go and do mass shootings, but what did Joker actually do? People were parodying the stairway scene.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I'm in the People's Republic of Nevada, where the DSA has taken over the Democratic Party. So, you're going to get a lot of that here. Well, you get it a lot now, especially in our local media. But in getting to Area 51, here's the thing. It's like you can go out there at any time. And you can, they don't prefer that you do. I mean, obviously, it's a real place. And they prefer that you not go, sniffing around, getting in trouble. But just like those dudes, as far as like, the whole Area 51 raid, like they don't mind if you go up to a certain area and be like, hey, look, I'm standing in front of Area 51, thumbs up selfie. They don't mind that stuff. It's when you're trying to go into, you're already on federal land. You got to remember that Nevada is like a big chunk of federal land, but you're already going into, an area that's off limits. So, I mean, that's why when you had all these dudes
came from talking about female characters to this.
Yeah. So it's like,
no, because this is actually important because it shows that media.
This is important. No, I'm just joking. Continue.
How ingrained it is.
Oh yeah. It's it's really funny. So, but yeah, I mean, I know it's out there. I heard about it. I was like, I'm not going. I was like, I don't have time for that.
And this is what leads to what I was going to say. I mean, the media craze went so crazy they canceled Cara Dune, and
yes.
She was. A lot of people seem to think that her character was flat, and she was just an atypical character. But they were probably going to expand more on that in her own show.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And she was an iconic feminine, but also really tough, like Gina Carano.
Yeah, and a lot of people tend to forget, she had a life before Star Wars. So I mean, that's where some of her fan base, like she was, she already had a built-in fan base. If we're talking about women's MMA. So
what is that? Am I missing something here?
Sure.
It's not from my end, so.
It probably was me. I turned my music down on my radio. my radio, I was playing some music. Sorry, fellas, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was trying not to make it any louder. Like I said, there's a lot going on in my neighborhood. So I was just turning on a little music while I listened to you. So I didn't mean to disturb anybody.
No, I'm in a quiet area, which, there's something to be said for, when we talk about, comics and stuff like that, when, and especially in like action comics, with the Superman in action comics, it's like the way they draw the general populace, it's like they're all interconnected, like what you would see in social media, but in real life it's not like that. It's it's like I'm not as active on social media as some of the other guys are. It's the best way for me to put it. So when we talk about characters like Cara Dune, yeah, I knew of Cara Dune. I'm like, oh yeah, she's from like women's MMA. Yeah, I'll check her out.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole thing about that is, granted, I don't think we were going into the phallic woman perspective with that. I think we were going into maybe like the war-torn battle, battle
Mhm.
what am I looking for? I want to say battle worn hero, if you will.
The former soldier.
Yeah, and I
Who's
don't know.
now, the cause is now over, but for them the battle is not over.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was going to be more of like a fallen hero type of narrative, because it obviously wasn't an elemental hero. Because like with like one, with elemental heroes, like their costumes are very different. So
Mhm.
like with Cara Dune, she had armor. So obviously, I mean, she didn't look to me to be an elemental hero at all. I mean, um, like when we go into fallen heroes, and like I've said before, what I've noticed is with a fallen hero, as the more they fall, the more covered up they are in terms of their costuming and also parts of
Mhm.
of their body that they lose that have to be replaced by some form of cyber prosthetic. So
Yeah.
so I was really interested to see where that was going to go, but I mean that's an avenue we're not going down anymore. But Daily Wire now has an opportunity to go down that road into something completely different if they choose to. I'm just wondering how they're going to, if they're going to do like a spy film, like what was it, like the Antonio Banderas Lucy Liu film, Something versus Seven. I found that in the bar,
Oh, lucky number 11.
something like yeah. And then I'm wondering what direction they'll go, because like I said, with a female hero you always have that versatility that they can play on both sides of the sandbox.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting to see. But as far as like comics, as 2021, 2020, like I haven't kept up with any of it. Like I closed my pull box and I was like, hey, sorry guys, I'll find some way to support you. And for a while there I was doing the coloring books, because what I was finding is that that was starting to become its own thing right before Koof. Like some of the comic book stores here in my area were starting to carry those. And what I thought was pretty cool was, okay, this is an actual frame from an actual comic. How would I interpret that? How would I color that in? How would I change it a little different to have it have a different meaning? So I thought that was pretty cool.
Speaking of characters that are, go ahead, Lady of Valor.
I was going to say, when I was studying drama back in the day when I was in college, you had several different categories of types of women. And the two that I remember were the femme fatale, which is the type that you probably see in genre, 40 genre movies.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe even in a Bond film, or maybe a Bond girls may fall into that category. And then you have the heroine. And heroine was a little bit different than when I was growing up. Like my sister used to always tease me and say that she saw me more as the Buffy girl than any other type of heroine. She said you're more of the you're more of the Buffy girl, and perhaps say maybe the Brides of Dracula and Dracula in Van Helsing or something. She says she sees you more. I was more of the Buffy girl, and I said, yeah, I kind of agree with that. I see that in
More
there. But you had those two.
or
No, well, this is my
I was
sister.
saying
My
one
sister
more
didn't see me.
Mariska.
Like Willow, or like Drusilla, or like Buffy.
Buffy.
No. Speaking
Oh,
of,
okay.
she mentioned.
Oh,
No,
well,
I was
my
speaking
sister
of
said
the brides from Van Helsing.
she didn't see me as any of the brides. She said, you're not the because to be a female vampire, you have to be femme fatale and seductress. So I don't know how she took this comment, but I was okay with it. But she said, I don't see you as those type, but I definitely see you as the Buffy girl. She said, I definitely see you more like Buffy Summers. So you're more like Buffy Summers than
not Faith.
those kind of features. No, not Faith or Drusilla. She says, no, that's not you. She said, no, you're more of the Buffy girl. You would, because you would protect if Angel was in trouble, there's something you would fight for him. Let's say if hypothetically something happened to Chris Evans or something, and somebody hypothetically wanted to come after him. Hypothetically speaking, well, I'm not going to let them come near my man Chris Evans. I'm just using him as an example. Or if Cap were in trouble, and and I was this woman, I'm like, well, I've got to go up there and and get my man no matter what. So that's how she saw me. And at first I thought, what you saying? I'm not sexy enough or something. But she
Mhm.
says, no, that's more of your Buffy Summers is the heroine. Maybe people may disagree. You all can debate this if you want. But to her, she saw her, she saw if I had a role, she could see me more as the heroine type than perhaps the femme fatale. Let's put it like that. Let's put it more like that. Not maybe per se immaturity as Buffy, but that mentality that I think Buffy, even though was a teenager, she still was her femininity was still there. But when it was time to go whip some butt, she went out there and did so. But
Mm.
she had a little spunk about her, you know. I still, you know, sassy comments, and I know Wolf, you said sometimes about the comments that I make sometimes, even though I'm I'm saying something kind of tough, but I say it in a different way. So that was just used to me
Yeah.
as an example. But if you guys want to don't categorize Buffy as the heroine, you mean you can all speak on
Well,
that.
she is.
That's
Yeah,
how
she.
she saw
Oh yeah.
me. She
To
was more the
some
heroine type.
extent, when the series starts to degrade after a while, yeah,
Well,
yeah, she kind of her character kind of fell short as the series kept going, and I was
well,
like, it got
I
to the
like
point where I'm
them
like,
for
what is
starting
you
up
guys
front.
When
thinking?
well. Okay. I kind of have a grasp on this a little bit. So, and maybe Schooner will probably
Enlighten
agree with
us.
me on this. Okay.
yes,
So with
let's
Buffy, you got to remember, Joss Whedon, uh, even said that the ending for Buffy was almost finite. Like Buffy was supposed to, die, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
But here's an
mm-hmm,
example of where
yes,
the fandom, gets crazed,
I think the
and
fame killed the show.
yeah, and then what ends up happening is it ends up being
yes,
picked up by the United Paramount Network (UPN), which became the CW. Which uh, you've seen a drastic change between UPN and what CW is now. But to tie this into what we're seeing as far as right now, Justice League is also an example where you've got a cult of Snyder fans who are like, "Oh, this is going to be the great movie ever," blah 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 blah. And I'm like, "Yeah, it's supposed to. I mean, it's supposed to bring, it's supposed to bring subscriptions to HBO Max. But what development have we really seen?" And I'm tying this all to female characters. What new
I agree.
development will we? Yeah, what new development will we see out of Wonder Woman? We haven't. What I did see from what they did release, which I thought was funny, was the fight between Wonder Woman and Steppenwolf. The only thing they really did was okay. So they
That's
basically
right. That trailer did show up where we
they
saw more
put
of
a
Dark
scene
Side.
back in where she like retrieves her lasso, puts it back on her hilt. She flares out her shield. Somehow that's, I don't know, great or whatever. But he goes on and does the same thing, which I also noticed they lowered the voice of Steppenwolf. But where he says this Amazon is mine, and what I saw after that was probably one of, I don't know how to react, because I could either see it as feminist propaganda or I could see it as maybe being true to the character. But she says, "I belong to no one," and then what they added was they added like a little bit of spit coming out of her mouth, and I'm like, okay, well, last time I remember, the feminine hero doesn't spit, or rather
No.
doesn't have spit coming out of her mouth. That it's
Also,
like,
shouldn't Wonder Woman be having hair under her arms?
yeah.
Do you remember that craze for a while? They were like saying, "Where's the hair under Wonder Woman's arms?" And I'm just like, really?
Well, I thought that was funny because I mean they were trying to play it off as, oh, we're doing a hat tip towards feminism, and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, she probably forgot to shave. Because that's usually what tends to happen in a lot of these films. When we're talking about male and female characters, there's stuff that ends up
Exactly.
making it to the editing room that stays
uh-huh,
in. Sort of like when the Captain America scene with Agent Carter or whatever. Blah 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 blah. Fast forward, we come to the scene where they're introducing Captain America, and he's no longer scrawny Steve. He comes out, Beefcake Steve, and I'm sure
Yes,
Landon can
God.
attest to this.
Stop. You're
You
going
know,
to make her drool.
If you
Yeah.
listen closely,
her,
you can actually hear the drooling
Yes,
of all the women in the
absolutely.
theater and some men as well.
yeah. It's like
I
the
was
director
one of
goes-
them. Yes, Lord.
yeah. So exactly like so that's a good example of like
To balance it out,
people-
I was the type that was like when Wonder Woman put her tiara on and got into No Man's Land, I did get some chills down on my arms.
Yeah.
Got
that
the
was
goosebumps,
literally
so.
the best scene in the entire film because
Like
that's when she transcends from being an Amazon princess into becoming a hero before she goes into God Killer form. But that was a really nice progression of femininity. Like if we're going back to the Wonder Woman like theme song, as far as if you listen to the verses, yeah, and win a war with love.
I
That's
used to
really
sing
where
that
it was
all the
going.
time.
That's really where it was going. I mean,
who did the
Yeah.
spin though?
her love.
Sometimes when I am all alone and nobody's looking, I give the spin a try.
Oh Lord.
I don't care. I just do it. I
Used
don't
to-
care. I just do it.
I do it.
But yeah,
I did it as a little girl, and I do it now even as an adult. As
Hey,
a little
I'm
girl.
gonna tell you
I
right
used to
now.
see little girl kids, all us girls on the
I'm gonna
playground
tell you right now.
doing the Wonder Woman
For
spin all
for
the
every
time.
boy and girl that ran up the stairs and did the Rocky dance,
mhm.
Yeah.
any man and girl can do the Wonder Woman spin. I'm sorry, but there it is. Yeah, if you can feel proud, doing the Rocky dance after running up some stairs. I don't care if you live in Rocky's neck of the woods. You climbed a bunch of stairs and you made it and you did that. You
Mhm.
felt proud. You can spin around like Wonder Woman and throw your arms up proud, just like you do with Rocky. But to read Dan X 24/7,
Yes.
Well, that the spin is
he
actually
said, speaking
very.
of female character designs, and you guys play League of Legends. No, I have not,
Yeah.
sadly.
No, I have not.
I was going to say the Wonder Woman spin is actually a very good example of
She's the
the
one named Sailor Moon.
the
She-
embracing self, if you will.
Sailor Moon.
And it's and that's what I thought
Say
really
that again,
made
Trooper.
sense.
Say that again.
The Wonder Woman spin it's because I mean, whenever we do any of these analysis on stream or whatever, I mean, what we're really doing is we're interpreting allegories. So the
Mhm.
Wonder Woman spin
Mhm.
is really indicative of embracing oneself, because she does. I mean, without bringing the word sexuality into it, if we bring that into it, then that is a very good example of of how one does it well. And this inevitably draws me to Camille Paglia, who tends to praise Madonna as embracing of her sexuality as a good thing, where I see it as a bad thing, because
Yes.
what ends up happening is what you have then in the 80s is something that becomes very detrimental to the not only TV but also graphic art, in that we're now distorting the characters to embrace sexuality as being being a form of power, as to prior to that female heroes used their wits. That was the whole point. The female character was always the objectivist. I mean, especially with Invisible Girl, and and if you had the Fantastic Four, they all brought their own qualities. You had Torch, you had Thing, and then so
I agree with what you're saying, Trooper, especially when interpretive and allegories. I always took the Wonder Woman spin was her essentially coming full circle as to accepting who she is. That
Yeah.
she is both warrior and woman.
yeah,
Yes.
I mean, yeah,
Mhm.
Becomes, hence why her spinning around and becoming Wonder Woman, just like what Smallville was saying, that Clark Kent and Kal-El of Krypton combined make Superman. Diana
Yeah.
Prince, the woman, and Diana of Themyscira, the warrior, come full circle and become Wonder Woman.
Yeah, that's why No Man's Land really worked, because even though we didn't see the spin, what we see is basically,
Someone has to do something.
well, we see her shedding her old skin, or her old costume, or her old vestiges, if you will. If we look at her throwing off her coat, if you will, and then seeing her in her armor for the very first time, you know, and we see her like starting to find out who she is in the process of defending, men in no man's land. And I love that spin on it too, that it was no man's land, but obviously it could be conquered by a woman. And I thought that was fantastic. I thought that was a very good example of how to write a story, not even from a feminist perspective, but how to write a story that resonates with all sorts of people.
It stands with the archetype of what Professor Geek was saying, that the woman was also meant to tame the savagery of man. So no man's land is the war-torn savagery of World War One.
Yes, spot on.
And she comes out there and puts an end to the fight.
And see, that's why I liked that time jump back into World War One. That's why I thought that worked very well for the film.
Right after that sequence, it's all undone with that little town that she's in. Because first off, we get the feeling with the sniper in the tower, and we got that one guy who's trying to focus, but he can't because he's a drunk and he's it's basically showing his inadequacy, the inadequacy of man. And then it shows the men propping up Wonder Woman when just a previous scene, she could already make that jump. And the whole point of it being in a church is supposed to be the pinnacle of patriarchy. As such, they prop her and throw her into that. It shows that Wonder Woman is toppling even church.
Well, see, yeah, true. But I did not see it that way. I mean, for me, what I saw her bringing people together. And then I also saw, even though that she could have made that jump herself, that she well indeed knew, especially from that cue that Steve Trevor did with the plank and yelling shield, that he well understood that in order for her to make her final transformation, is she was going to need a leap of faith. And that's exactly what you got. But unfortunately, that was undone by the town being blown up, meaning at that point, that was the destruction of her naivete. And that was literally the final passage into becoming a hero and no longer being naive.
I hadn't thought of it that way. You know what? That's a good point. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Yeah. So that's how I saw it. But see, here's the thing. It's like you have these people that inject all this stuff into it to the point where it becomes too interpretive. And that's what happened with WandaVision. I mean, it's too interpretive at that point. Because
with WandaVision, though, I kind of felt like the characters, especially the writers in the back room, are constantly looking and talking directly to the audience, saying, this is how you have to watch it.
I think so too.
And this is the problem that we're having with a lot of our stories these days, is that the characters are intentionally, especially female characters, are basically address this double. I hate this. What's become of this double talk, this double meaning.
You saw it. Go ahead. Go ahead, Leia. Jump in anytime.
Tell us the thing. I'm going to jump back to Wonder Woman and the Patty Jenkins Wonder Woman in a minute. But about WandaVision, one of the things why it failed is, first of all, the writer said she never read the comic or knew nothing of the comic or the characters. That's strike one. You have characters, the Disney Marvel. I call it Disney Marvel now because it's coming Disney-fied. But they're bringing in these writers that they right. They don't know these characters, so they don't know how to tell their story. They're not telling the character story, they're telling themselves, and they're expecting us to accept it when we as the audience knows better. So that's one reason I think WandaVision had failed, and I think this writer just had agenda in mind and then wrote it exactly. And I'm seeing a lot of this, Spoonie, where, what was the word you were using?
Double talk,
and not using allegory, but mostly
it's literal.
Literal.
Yeah,
they're writing these Marvel stories now literal. They're taking everything literal because, one, they don't know it. That's a strike against them, and two, they're thinking more of agenda. Who they are is not who the character is. you have to think like the character, and that's not what
Mhm.
they're doing. One comment I said the reason that Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings movies were so successful is because Peter Jackson interpreted Tolkien. He did not interpret his own self. He interpreted what Tolkien was writing. Richard Donner said what made Superman work was because they were interpreting the character of Superman and did not try to change him into what they think he should be, but what the writers intended him to be. They just brought it to life and told it. So that's the
Well,
big difference in why I think one reason WandaVision failed the way it did.
I'm
well,
gonna jump in real quick, guys,
yeah,
to
I was gonna.
address Senator Proctor to Matt Newey. Speaking of, did
Yeah,
anyone
I
else
want
find
to
the
bring
"I am
that
no man"
comment up.
line in Return of the King? Corey also, I assume, was from the book. Now, before you
No,
go, Trooper, I'll
uh-huh.
address it.
Yeah.
She didn't say that to that effect. She said you don't look upon a man, you look upon a woman. She revealed herself right to the Witch King within the books. Truth be told, the "I am no man" I prefer way better that I have nothing to prove from Captain Marvel. As corny as "I am no man" is, it Arwen sells it way more than Captain
Well,
Marvel, because at least in the case of Arwen, she slayed the dragon.
Aowen,
Mhm.
Aowen, Commander, it's Aowen, not
Did I
Arwen.
just, did,
Aowen,
did I just say
yeah.
Arwen? Oh
yes.
wow,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Arwen's.
Arwen's the elf. Yeah.
Yeah,
my mind
Aowen was
my mind went cross-eyed there.
who
Yeah,
ends
Aowen
up
is over
roaming the
Rohan.
forest till the end
yeah,
of
yeah,
time. But
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Aowen slayed the dragon. She slayed the Witch King. Um, I know Trooper's gonna lend some context to that, of course, because we all are avid readers. But I know you're gonna do that. But what I was gonna say was, like I
hmm.
said, in the case of Aowen, when she points out that she is no man, she proved in that battle that she is capable to take down a threat greater than herself. She's still a human being
Mhm.
against the highest order of the ring race, or the Nazgul, if you guys want to be fancy with them. In the case of Captain Marvel,
Well, I mean, yeah, if you want to go that
Yeah.
deep into it, yeah.
in the case of Captain Marvel, when it came to her old mentor, who's now her villain, this was his moment. He's like, "This is your moment. Prove yourself. Prove that you're worth it." And then she just cheat shots him with a blast. I'm like, so
See, that's how bad.
this is how they expect the women to act in certain situations like this. It's a
Oh,
snap and attack,
That's enough.
snap and
Yeah.
attack, and then Thomas, I got nothing to prove. I'm like, no, you have a lot to
okay.
prove right now, because
You
you
just
just proved
proved
to
that
me
you are a
you
pretentious, self-absorbed individual.
that
Yes.
too, but you just proved to me that in a fair fight, you want to go for the cheap shot.
Oh
In,
man,
in,
I need
in,
a
in,
pen.
and push comes to shove, you gonna just blast things because you have the power to. So basically, you're proving that you're a bully.
Right.
Because
Um,
throughout this whole movie of Captain Marvel, I've seen her done is blast, 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 blast.
That was the cerebral woman done wrong, to be
Yep.
honest.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I saw her,
Absolutely.
blast. Every
Captain
time I
Mm-hmm.
Marvel
saw
is
her,
not a cerebral
blast.
character.
We gotta get to
because
his door. Blast. I'm,
because
I'm,
brain dead
I'm
Larson
chasing.
thought
I'm, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
pretty
sorry.
much. Yeah.
I gotta finish this joke. I gotta finish this joke. I'm gonna let you guys cut in, but I gotta finish the joke. Every time, run through L.A. What looks to be L.A.
Oh
Correct me
lord.
if I'm wrong, but that looked like L.A. She was running through a train, through a lot of civilians. Blast. Run at the bad guy. Blast.
No, that was just
Had heck of
that was just imitating a Zack Snyder movie for all those Zack
Yep.
Snyder fans. I am not a
Yep.
Zack Snyder fan.
Samuel L. Jackson as prove to me that you're one of the good guys. Blast.
I think you
Music,
summed up the movie
Last
very well.
time I trust somebody, I lost an eye. Like,
Captain Blast.
mind
Might as
you,
well-
was it? I think Goose was actually played by. There were 6 cats in total. I think the main cat was a male, but there were a few female cats in there. So he had his eye scratched out by a woman.
How degrading is that? In The Winter Soldier, he says, last time he says that line, I trust him, I lost him. I'm thinking he was in a drag out, pissed out fight with somebody in there, or the other guy, Alexander Pierce or something. We're in a drag out fight, or Coulson. Come to find out, he loses his eye to a cat. Oh, please.
Yes,
oh, come
yes.
on, Samuel Jackson.
But what do you call 2 females? What do you call 2 females going against each other?
I was hoping
you
in
call
that
it a cat
moment
fight.
Yeah.
Or when you make a pejorative towards a female, it usually has something to do with a cat. So like she's acting like she's a cat in heat.
I was really
so
hoping in that moment. I'm sorry, Trooper. I was hoping in that moment when the agent reveals himself to be a Skrull and Captain Marvel happens to be in the same spot as they was, blast.
So, basically,
the glass scarred him.
He had his eye scratched out by the matriarchy. Is what's going on. If you really want to go that far.
Well,
I'm thinking that you're right.
Exactly. How did Star-Lord get that scar on him? Blast.
Everybody's taking it to a joke right there.
So before we go too far, blast. But all right.
Okay.
All right.
Let's get back to Arwen. Let's get back to Arwen because I know you wanted to say a lot about Arwen, Trooper. Go ahead.
Eowyn.
Sorry, Eowyn. I think she just blasted my brain. I can't think straight.
You know what's really funny is I don't have any scratch paper nearby, so I ended up having to write some notes on my hand, blast, and then. All right, so to address Sam Proctor's comment, here's where you have to appreciate the cinematic genius of Peter Jackson. When she says, "I am no man," Eowyn is reasserting her femininity. That's a Red Sonja moment. For those people who did not catch that, mind you, she's got an ankle skirt, but really, do we need to actually see her legs for her to be Red Sonja in that moment? No, we don't.
Yeah.
So, well, in a comic, yes, but and here's my thing. Going back to some of these writers who don't pay attention to comics and all this stuff. Why do you think that is? The reason that is because with these writers growing up, what ends up happening is when you're raising a kid and now you're putting a phone in front of them, guess what? They're no longer watching cartoons. They're no longer reading comics. So my interpretation on Leia's assertion is that what's going on is you have writers who no longer have heroes to look up to. Instead, what they have is they have political figures that they look up to. So they start injecting that into comic books because they have no other form of reference. I mean, they don't know how to reference Dazzler or Jubilee or Rogue, and the only noble thing Captain Marvel ever did was to be a power bucket for Rogue. So it's true.
I believe you. I agree.
It's true because we never really got anything out of Captain Marvel. I get what she was trying to be, but even her outfit, for as revealing as it used to be with the red sash, didn't really tell us anything about the character, and the character got rewritten a whole bunch of times. I don't know how much more you can rewrite Captain Marvel. Look, Marvel, Disney, if you're listening, Captain Marvel is not a real character, and she's a placeholder. I don't know what you're going to fill her with, but please make it something good. That unfortunately is subjective because your writers don't know how to read a comic. But going back to that, if I'm this writer and I'm being picked to write a series like WandaVision, my first reaction would be utmost dread because I've never read this. Well, obviously I've read it, but if I haven't read it, it's okay, what am I going to do? I'm going to get someone like Schooner. I'm going to get someone like Leia, and I'm going to get someone like Wolf who know enough about the genre to fill me in on what I'm writing. So when I write it, they're like, no, that's wrong. That's not what would happen here. And you got to remember that this character is a Nexus being, and this is what that means. And that gives you the liberty to inject something like this into the show. And that's how you
right? Exactly. And then you create that show, you make it with everything, and then you give it to the studio heads and they say, "So what do you think of this?" Blast.
Yeah, exactly.
I was gonna say, why you should write it? Blast.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened with Star Trek Discovery. Remember, there was that one writer who was like the real Trek dude, and he couldn't get his scripts through because everyone else had agendas into these scripts. So he finally ended up leaving, and I mean, that was big for like a hot second, but that's really indicative of what's going on with these female heroes is they have no reference. So, when you have Disney, saying, "Hey, we don't have anything to draw from in terms of Star Wars," they really don't because they're not using the EU. That involves, royalties, if you will. But I mean, you have Filoni there, so why would you not use Ahsoka Tano as a reference? Which obviously they're starting to. And they're starting to with Bo-Katan, and they're starting to with other female characters, but most of those female characters in Clone Wars aren't around. Like, as far as Shakti, we know she's still alive somewhere. We know darn it, I'm trying to think because I'm on the spot here. I'm trying to think of all the other female Jedi Masters. Two of them are already dead. I mean, you could resurrect them in some form or another. But I mean, at that point, you're retconning a story or you're involving holocrons to do it.
Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, you saw a big difference between OG Clone Wars versus this 7th season because they injected the Martez sisters. And I'm like, yeah, cool, whatever. America Chavez in space. That's great. But it's
fun fact, though, the one of them was actually originally a man.
Yeah. And, in reading, what they did was they literally
established in the show too.
Yep.
Yeah. So what ends up happening is, like I said before, where you used to have these characters who would reassert their femininity in face of the man. It's like, I'm a woman, I am no man. And she, takes off her helmet and you see this like you see some, semi-homely girl, but yeah, that's fine, whatever. And she does her thing. And, going back to Wolf's previous statement, what does a man do? And then, what does a woman do in terms of family? So, yeah, so of course you had the king teaching his daughter how to defend herself because, of course, she's a precious commodity. She is not just a female. She's a gateway to life, if you will. And that's what I think a lot of these writers have forgotten, that's really where their superpower comes in, if you will. I mean, they're a gateway to creating life. But, in terms of being a fountain for it, not necessarily talking in terms of politics, but being a fountain of life, if you will. If we're talking about how does the female hero fit into a narrative, she's the nurturing character, if you will. I mean, Wonder Woman did that really well. She-Ra did that to an extent, if we're talking about the 80s and we're talking about He-Man, She-Ra, No, nothing with Netflix.
Not New-Ra.
Yeah, the 80s She-Ra. Yeah, that was the other character I was going to bring up. She-Ra.
Yeah,
we're
we're talking about where at the end of the cartoon there was always like this little epilogue of where they make a little point, something like "Don't talk to strangers," that kind of stuff. But you don't see that now because I think we've gotten away from we no longer need to use characters as a form of human development. Now what we use is agenda as a form of human development, and it's a real disservice to the comic book industry because you see it flaying now. And I think we've turned to the film industry now, and that's where you get a lot of this Captain Marvel stuff. And Captain Marvel, like I said, was a cerebral female done wrong, but then we don't even really know who she is in this Captain Marvel film. Like, it looks like a 90s film. It doesn't play like a 90s film. I like the CG on Samuel L. because I have a lot of his older films. Like, apparently I'm a Samuel L. fan too, because when I look at like my collection, I have Black Snake Moan. I have, what is it? Changing Lanes or whatever it was with Ben Affleck. Yeah.
Changing Lanes
so under the radar.
And that's a really good film. It's that's a really good film where
And I barely even recognized Ben Affleck in that movie, but Ben Affleck wasn't really that much of an eyesore either.
yeah,
Like I
yeah,
didn't realize that
and
was
that's what's
him.
pretty cool.
So I looked at it.
That's pretty cool. Only thing I noticed about, now that we're talking about Ben Affleck, he did a Jack Ryan film, and in that, what we get a very beautiful female, but she becomes a supportive character, and that's what I've seen a lot of, where you tend to have a male hero, and the supporting character is like, the female itself. She's kind of maybe like written like a cerebral female, but it's like you don't really see a lot of her. It's like the intellectual wife, and
Would
the
you
wife
count
is either a
Clarice
nurse
from
or a nurse.
sorry, Trooper, but would you count Clarice from Silence of the Lambs as cerebral?
The
Yeah.
movie Silence, the movie
Yeah.
Clarice, Jodie Foster's Clarice.
Absolutely, because the cerebral female kind of acts like an elemental hero, where she uses her environment to come to the conclusion, like, and that's why you have them written in certain ways, where they're either a doctor, an FBI agent, or a nurse, and those are all professions where you would have to use your senses and what's presented in front of you to make the educated guess. It's like same thing with Scully in Fight the Future. Like Scully, like, is in the morgue, and she has to do this autopsy. Again, she's using what she knows, and she's using the body presented to her to basically come to the conclusion that the body was eaten from inside, but some from a parasite. And I thought that, those are the type of female characters that I gravitate to, because they're very interesting. It's not like House, where you got a crotchety doctor,
Exactly.
that, you know.
Exactly.
What about G.I. Jane?
I didn't mean to cut in, but it was exactly.
Go for it, dude.
It's
Anytime.
that, like you said, it's that bridge between the woman and what they the woman and the capable woman. Okay.
Yeah.
They don't forget their femininity. Even Scully. Even in the show, Scully went on dates, and she was. What I found pretty funny is that, not funny, haha, but funny as in, I'm like going, oh wow, that's actually, it's when it was this one episode, I think it was during one of the seasons, when Scully, there's a shapeshifter who shapeshifts into Mulder, and he's hitting on Scully. And there's this one instance where he goes to visit Scully, and in the beginning, Scully has these glasses on, she has her hair done back, she looks very professional, and like two people, when was the last time you actually went out? And Scully says, you know what, you got a point. So, they're hanging out together. She's actually taking her glasses off. She does her hair down. She looks like a woman. Yeah. And they're having a conversation, and that's the essence that they're forgetting in people. Now they are, especially female protagonists, they are saying that you have to reject your humanity. Your femininity completely. You have to.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I agree. I didn't mean to interrupt, Scooney. I just want to say, you go back to your point. I'm seeing that a lot lately. I don't know if you guys noticed now, but when they do Silence of the Lambs, X-Files type of shows, the female detective, and I'm going to try to be nice about this, but they just look like they haven't bathed in days. They're sloppy. No makeup. They don't brush their hair.
Pipes.
Yeah. You're still a woman. I don't know. I guess they think that, well, I don't want men to look at me. Well, I like to look at myself in the mirror, and I don't want to scare myself. So I look good for me. But I've noticed that now recently, that they have them looking like homeless bag ladies. And
exactly as you were saying. Have you guys ever watched The West Wing?
No.
Bits and pieces, because it used to run on Netflix before I got rid of Netflix.
It's actually really interesting, because The West Wing, which today is pretty vanilla left leaning. I'd say it's more of a 60-40 split compared to the politics of today, which I'll take over anything. But there's a sequence there where they're actually talking about feminism. And there's this one character who's she's more of the well, I'm going to say it, the hot beautiful character. She's a knockout. She knows what she has, and she's kind of flaunting it, and she's kind of talking to her males, and the males are comfortable around her, and they make many innuendos here and there, and she just lets it roll off her back, and she gives as good as she gets. And there's a sequence where one of the secretaries is basically saying that the man is a sexist for what he said to her, and she fires back with, "No, it's my choice. I like hearing that kind of talk. It means I'm one of the boys. I like to dress beautiful because it makes me feel empowering." And they're having this big argument, and she concludes with, "I think the real problem with feminism is the fact that we're arguing so much about who gets to make the argument that the argument is no longer had."
True.
Yeah.
Victoria Fagbao asked, "What is a cerebral female?" But go ahead, Leia plus size. I know Trooper is going to extensively explain that, but I want you to get your word out.
Okay, I'll just say this right quick, and then I'll go. I was going to say, did anybody watch Mad Men back in the day? Okay,
I know of it.
Bits and pieces.
All right.
I can chime in some.
There was the hot chick of that show was Joan Holloway, and she was played by Christina Hendricks, and she was the curvy, sexy woman in The Office. You had other characters. Then you had Peggy. I forgot her last name, but she was nowhere near the sensuality that Joan Holloway had portrayed.
Gonna step away for a bit. Continue, Leia plus size.
But if you guys want to explain the cerebral, answer that question, you can, and I can go in, because when Troopers talked about the West Wing, it reminded me of Mad Men. And Mad Men, as the seasons got later into the seasons, Joan and Peggy are having a similar conversation about what you just talked about. They have a similar conversation about that, but they formed some sort of agreement. But there was definitely a difference between Joan and, I forgot Peggy's last name. She was played by I forgot her name. I forgot their names, but she played in that Invisible Man movie. But Joan was that sensual, sexy woman that men like, because it takes place in the 60s. So she was that. I actually liked her character. I liked the fact that I always felt she was in control of her, because her dresses were always form-fitting, not tight, but they formed to her curves, and she had no problems flaunting. I think she was having an affair with one of the men there, and one of the guys there whose name slips my mind that quick. Roger Sterling. Roger Sterling. He was played by the actor who played Tony Stark's father in the Iron Man films. But that was
which is why I'm really glad they cast him in the later MCU movies.
Say that again, Scooney.
Well, that's why I liked that they cast him as Howard Stark, because he just did his role so well on Mad Men.
Yeah, I can see why he was cast. Yeah, and he brought it to that role too. I thought that was him being well cast with that. And I actually liked him as an actor. I was a big fan of him on that show. But he was married on that show, but he had a lifelong love affair with Joan. He never was able to not stop loving her, and but she was that archetype. But you always said she was always in control of the things that she said and did. But Schooner, if you want to go back and explain about the cerebral female, you can go right ahead. I just Trooper brought that out when he made that point about the West Wing. I thought about Mad Men.
Oh, okay. To go into the cerebral woman, to go ahead and just answer Victoria's question. It's a little bit more of like a hybrid complex character. It's something that kind of came out more towards, I want to say, the 90s, even though the cerebral woman has always been around. It's just it's taken on different interpretations, and you don't see it a lot. And the reason that you don't see it a lot is because it's a very hard character to write. And the reason I say it's a very hard character to write is because you have to, almost like Hannibal, you have to get inside of that character, and you almost have to write that character in a certain way because what ends up happening with a lot of these writers, they just write themselves into the story, like Schooner says. But to give you some examples from like film of what the cerebral woman is, where gosh, without using too much like comics and stuff like that, I would reference obviously Dana Scully from the X-Files, and also there's another one who's a little bit more provocative in her looks, and that was, if you guys, I know we've all seen it. We've all seen Uma Thurman in Gattaca.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a good example of the cerebral woman, where now, mind you, she is not only the object of interest, she knows there's something wrong in this situation, and she lets it play out to come to the conclusion that she finds out by
By the end of the movie, that Ethan Hawke is not who he says he is.
Exactly. And even then, I mean, at the very beginning, I mean, she has already the problem with the cerebral woman is sometimes that she'll fall into a thought trap of embracing who she is and there's nothing more. And actually, Uma Thurman's character actually did that in the film, saying that she had a heart condition, she wasn't going to live long. And we see at the very end of the film with the strand of hair, that she gives Ethan Hawke's character, and he lets it go, and he's like, "Oh, the wind must have blown it away." Yeah, and then there's other instances also. If we bring up Téa Leoni, who is she's not married to what's his name anymore. Who am I thinking of? Fox Mulder. I can't think of the name right now.
David Duchovny.
Yeah,
David Duchovny.
Is she still married to David Duchovny, or did they finally like call that off? I know they were married for a while, but Téa Leoni also did a very good example of it in Deep Impact.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to remember that most oftentimes, like when you write a cerebral woman, it's mirrored in her choice of profession. And in Deep Impact, it's a journalist who ends up breaking the story of the extinction level event, where cerebral women are very attractive. That's the one thing I've always noticed, is they're very attractive. But what ends up actually winning you over is the fact that
is the personality.
It's the personality, because they're willing to delve deep into a situation than most people, even the male hero, would go. Sort of like how if we're talking about Deep Impact, we're talking about a journalist delving deep into a news story, then finding out it's a extinction level event, and then at the very end, having to give up her seat on a helicopter to, if you would look at it, to keep humanity going. Because
yeah, I get what she's saying. She gives up her seat on the helicopter because this one woman asked, "Can you take my daughter?" And she agrees to it. And then she gives up her seat because she says the daughter needs her mother.
Yep, exactly. And it's that whole, women are the fountain of life. I mean, if you really want to get real interpretive with it. But yeah, like the cerebral woman, you also have like Ivanova from Babylon 5. And, and that's not a phallic woman, because you got to remember, a phallic woman has to have some form of weapon, whether it be a blaster or a sword.
It's basically a man in a skirt.
Yeah. So with the cerebral woman, I mean, that you're walking on a razor edge, because what you're doing is, it's almost like Batman, where Batman is the detective, if you will. He's the dark detective. It's almost like that. But every iteration that I've seen, has been either an FBI agent, journalist, scientist, forensic pathologist. That's what I've seen, and I love those characters, because those characters, they tend to actually be more interesting than the main character. So, but then again, I'm a guy, so I mean, I'm already gravitating towards something that piques my interest, as far as what makes the character tick. Why did that character come to the conclusion before anyone else? And it's like, oh, okay, they saw the subtle hints throughout the story. Again, using female intuition towards her advantage.
Mm-hmm. And it usually, and what I like about this is that, in my opinion, that's actually a form of what I guess my definition of what true feminism should be. It's about bridging the two sides. We go back to Clarice Sterling. She always felt that her femininity was a problem because she's constant in the movie, especially she's constantly getting hit on by a bunch of guys, or she's looked down upon. But the head of the investigation, Jack Crawford, sees her potential. I mean, the scene where they're doing the not the autopsy, but when they're taking pictures of the latest victim of Buffalo Bill, he's asking Clarice, what do you see? What are you seeing? Because you got something that clearly others are missing.
Yeah, exactly.
And he doesn't come right out and say it, but it is true. He did send Clarice Sterling to go investigate Hannibal Lecter because she was a woman, but he also knew if anybody could get the answer, it was her.
Exactly. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. 100%.
Yeah, I got that same vibe too when I saw the film, and I've watched it a couple of times. I came to that same conclusion. But I think now that I've noticed,
I'm not even going to watch the TV show because Hannibal's not even in it.
Yeah, that's going to be
weird.
All this stuff really comes down to,
and they're not going to get Clarice.
No, you're right.
Go ahead, Leia. You wanted to say something.
Well, I was going to say with the TV show, I'm not going to waste my life on it. It's because they're not going to get Clarice. They're going to take Clarice literally. They're not going to get, which, as I've mentioned earlier. Now, I saw a trailer for a movie that Kate Winslet is doing. I don't know if it's HBO or HBO Max. And I guess she's supposed to be a detective, but she looks like a homeless woman. She looks like a homeless woman. And I think she said something about, pretty is weakness. I can't be pretty. Pretty is a weakness.
That's
and
terrible.
She look at because
this is coming from Kate Winslet, a knockout.
Yes.
In her time.
Same actress that
said, "Draw me just like your French girls."
Right, and then is like, "Hey, I need to sleep on this headboard," and then cries because her love interest falls, turns into like an ice cube.
Right.
I'm like, woman, what were you thinking? It's like you switch, and that's what I, when I saw it, when I bought it and I saw it, I was like, why wouldn't you like trade turns? You get 10 minutes.
We all made that suggestion.
But not only
times.
That, she played like you said in the movie Titanic.
She should have died to the elements anyways.
But that's
the thing.
That would have been a good ending.
Here's the thing. Nobody ever pointed that out. Like, she wore a fur coat, right? If I recall correctly, she wore a coat of some kind.
Yeah.
She was in the water. She got on the board. That thing could have frozen, encased her body, gave her gangrenous frostbite.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, she could have frostbite whether she was drenched in water or not because of the elements. She wasn't wearing aside from the coat, she wasn't wearing any cold weather gear at that moment. And like,
who rescued her? It was Mr. Fantastic.
That is right.
Oh no,
Mr. Fantastic
terrible.
rescued her.
That's terrible. I hadn't even put the two together. That's terrible.
I hadn't either.
But what I liked about that movie, about what she in that movie, is that she became strong and independent without losing her femininity.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And in fact, she found a strength within it. I don't know. Go back to what you were saying, Leia.
Yeah, Leia, you're the woman. I'm gonna get SJW.
Let me read Proctor's comment real quick. He says, "Pretty is a weakness." Sounds like a meme. I like to add smiles for the week from the Rocker. Anybody remember the Rocker?
Oh, the Rocker with what's his name from The Office?
Rainn Wilson.
Yeah.
And Emma Stone says that phrase. He says, "You don't smile a lot, do you?" She's like, "Smiles for the week."
Yeah, that's another thing, and I think that's put out in Captain Marvel
cute,
about
though.
smiling.
To me, when she said that was cute. What Kate
Thank you.
was saying from this trailer, I had not seen, mind you, but hearing that word "pre" is weakness, I'm like, girl, come on.
I don't know how. I mean,
Weakness, and I'm like, clearly you never read a Sports Illustrated catalog.
it's like clearly you haven't paid attention to the fact that the women with the highest apportionment of attractiveness have managed to pass their genetic code down the evolutionary line a lot quicker than the not so pretty females. So, I mean, no, seriously. I mean, if we're looking at it from an
No,
evolutionary
I'm laughing
standpoint,
because I believe you.
because that's the other thing too. Like, if if we've never met each other, I mean, um, the thing is, it's if we're looking from a biological lens, it's like ultimately, and I hate to kind of water it down, but ultimately, our main objective is to pass our genetic code further down the line.
Mhm.
And those that have an easier time are usually the ones that are either high in attractiveness, high in agreeableness, especially for men. If you're highly agreeable, and that's not to call you a beta or a cock. No, this is Jordan Peterson stuff. If you are high in agreeableness, meaning you are high in willing to communicate, uh, you know, kind of like apportion chores or apportion hay 50-50, you know, most oftentimes you'll find that women gravitate to guys that mind you, you could call them toxic men or not, but they pretty much understand their role and responsibility and are willing to delegate some of those tasks over to a woman. If the woman says, hey, I want to do this, okay, yeah, fine, go do that. If that's what you want to do, go do it. And that's what it comes down to. It really comes down to that. So, I mean, we've been doing this for thousands of years. So pretty is not weakness, because, I mean, hell, she could have the pick of any dude. Let's put it that way.
Hey, you're pretty. Let's get married. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Well,
it's like,
but yeah, I've always wondered. I wonder why this new form of feminism is taking root. Is it really just so the pretty people of the world can be suddenly having people come focus their eyes on them?
no, it's it's almost
It's
like
daddy issues.
it's that it's almost like what's going on in the Black community, and in terms of and I keep saying it like a broken record, but it's redefining Blackness. It's the same thing, especially with feminine heroes. Is you're rejecting femininity. It's in order to be a female character, now you have to reject your own femininity, and I find that to be an oxymoronic.
That's an oxymoron, because you're literally fighting your biology.
Yeah, we're saying that everything that you have been bequeathed on a genetic level no longer matters. What matters is that you have a worldview.
You are still power.
Yeah, and I wrote it on my hand because, again, I ran out of paper. But Deanna,
You're a resourceful trooper.
Deanna Troy is, while not necessarily being indicative of a cerebral female, does kind of fit within that category in terms of,
she's smoking hot. How cerebral can you get? She's a freaking shrink.
Yeah, she's the ship shrink.
And the same could be said for Dr. Crusher.
Yes.
And then if we wanted to go even further,
give me started on Dr. Crusher.
And if we can go even further, Major Kira or Dax.
Yes. Yeah. And
or Yar.
Yeah. And those are not.
Do you want to know why Yar was fired from Star Trek: The Next Generation?
Why?
Please tell us the story.
I only know half of this story. I don't know the whole story.
I thought she left on her own. I thought she felt her role wasn't big enough.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought too.
She was fired because she posed in Playboy.
What?
I didn't know that.
That sounds so underwhelming.
She willingly volunteered, to be in this, magazine. Okay, she wanted to do it because she wanted to, she even herself said she wanted to feel empowered, and she got fired.
That's what you would do. That's it's like it's a snapshot in time. Why wouldn't you celebrate it? I mean, freaking Madonna's done it for however many years she's been alive. So,
You would think at
Even
that time there wouldn't be a big deal. I mean, it's not like she was playing a nun or something.
Whoa.
I never would have.
Up in Jesus.
I've
Mhm.
never would have seen it as a big deal. But I
She ain't
mean,
half bad at it either.
Mm-mm.
like,
no,
I
she
would've-
wasn't. She was fantastic.
No, I'm seriously looking at her photos.
yeah. So
Wow.
that's very interesting because I did not know that portion of the story, and that's why Denise Crosby ended up off the show.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, well, let me put it to you this way. Okay, so if that's the case, and if she truly did receive the Obi-Wan Kenobi treatment, which she did, subsequently, what you see is that regardless of she was only on for so long. I mean, as a character and also as a person, she endured throughout that entire series, and I would argue she's one of the more captivating female characters aside from Deanna Troy.
Yeah, she even comes back
She
in the show.
almost died
Yeah, like
in the first freaking episode.
look at the storylines. Look, and you can tell this is a sign of the times that they were only willing to give Gates McFadden so many stories or so many lines because they didn't know how to write a cerebral woman. So I mean, yeah, she's attractive on the outside, but it's not like she rejects her femininity. In spite of it, it allows her to go into these fields and to delve deeper into whatever it is that they're looking to find. I wouldn't call them atheist characters, if you will, because they're not outright rejecting religion. They acknowledge it, just like Dana Scully does, because she's wearing a crucifix, but that doesn't hold her back to getting to the bottom of what's going on with that detective case. She wants the answer.
Sometimes she had Beverly. I felt sometimes Beverly had Picard wrapped around her little finger, and I don't
She
mean it in a
did.
mean way.
Yes, she did.
She did.
Yes, she did. But that was another like characters with tension because he knew her former husband who died, and he never made it a secret that he harbored feelings for her, but he felt that he would be betraying the legacy of her husband if he had pursued something with her.
Oh yeah. That ultimately becomes a very complex storyline because you figure, Picard and her husband were, obviously had some form of brother bonding, if you will, because that tends to happen in male relationships, with all your male friends. Like,
yes, and no, it's not all gay innuendo. You can have male friends.
Yeah,
and
it's
be close to them.
Absolutely, it's a form of tradition, if you will. Not to say tribalism, but like a form of human evolution. Part of that is having strong bonds within family, and then creating surrogate family bonds as well outside of the family. Because at the very end of the day, I mean, even going back to Vikings, and I didn't watch the show, but I do know a little bit of history of Nords and Vikings, mainly because of all the stuff I've read. But when you had these Viking ships and you had these warriors calling themselves brothers in arms, most oftentimes they were, because on these ships you had these warriors who were either second or third cousins, brothers, fathers. So to say these were my brothers in arms, they really did mean it, because of the familial relationship that tends to happen within males. You almost need that if you're going to win the fight, in terms of with early the I want to say early conquest, but they weren't really conquests. It was, how would I put it, the evolution in Europe is the best way to put it. And what were they ultimately defending? They were defending the women. So again,
because they were important to them. They were their whole world.
Yes. The women are the propagation of the species. So you have to defend that at all costs. So
the first line of defense.
Absolutely.
And even getting back to this, a little more familiar, even what was it? Even Berserk did this. You remember that scene in the 90s cartoon where Griffith and Guts are having that water fight at the fountain? Okay, they want to say that that's all like, oh, the subtle little innuendo. No, that is two kindred men who are actually willing to put themselves in vulnerable positions because they trust each other, which would make Gus's betrayal later on in the series all that more personal for Griffin.
Yeah, and it's that's why
basically bro slapping.
Yeah, well, I mean, we call it that, but yeah, like you even see that in the behavior of boys. If you put boys in a group, if once boys are being raised together, you start seeing that they have sort of that brother interplay also, and that just tends to instinctually happen. Now, that doesn't really happen with girls, because with girls it's very different. With girls, what it is they grow an attachment.
I know I gotta ask Leia plus size if there's any truth to this, but continue.
Yeah. Well, I know you have a niece, and I know you've mentioned her before, so she probably has a strong attachment to you.
I also got to say this too, because I said it with the guys. Girls do not always practice lesbianism when they are alone.
No.
Yeah.
Again, I got to make that clear.
Yeah, what tends to happen with women is they tend to gravitate towards a brother sister dynamic. That's why in a lot of these comic books, yeah, you'll see like one female in a team of like 5 or 6, but you got to remember her like interpersonal relationship with these other heroes is not necessarily I'm a woman, you're a guy. It's more of seeing them as like older siblings, or seeing them in a form of camaraderie, because instinctually that's what women do. And they tend to gravitate towards similar, personalities, like their fathers or like their brothers. It's like, I hate to bring my exes up, but we are talking about female characters, so they do count. But like,
we're all characters,
right? So like, if we're talking about females, if you line them all up, and I always make this joke, you line them all up, they almost all indicatively look the same and tend to have the same personality. So, and why I bring that up is because the personality that, as far as my friendships with women tends to be like some of my female friends, they tend to be very outspoken. That's what I've noticed. They tend to be very outspoken. They have their own opinion, and regardless of whether I'm right, they're always right. So it's like, okay, whatever. But yeah, so I mean, it's really fun to watch these personal dynamics play out within comic books, because that's what you're seeing. You're not necessarily seeing an overt sexual one. I mean, obviously, throughout the years, they've injected romance into it. like Batman and Wonder Woman.
Yeah. I blame shippers.
Yeah,
because you can basically make anything into a ship now. Just two characters saying hi to one another. Oh, they're doing it.
Oh yeah.
Oh
well,
yes.
I'm shaking my head right now because I know exactly what Tuna is saying.
I mean, it's just like it was funny because have you guys ever seen Chasing Amy?
I know the title, but
I know the title.
Well,
I know of it. I know.
They poke fun at this because there's a guy in there who's gay, and he's talking about the gay undertones in the Archie comic books, and he's doing this just to mess with the guy, because he says, "No way, Archie's all about the women." And he's like going, "Oh, you got to read the subtle context. Look at that. He's hitting on Jughead." And he's like, "No, he's not. He's offering to do Jughead's homework so he can go out on a date." Oh, you got to look in between the lines. And I'm just like, and that's what they're doing now.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
In the beginning, it's all just trolling people and stuff like that. But now there are some who go really crazy with this.
Yeah.
And many great shows have been destroyed because of this, because it goes back to the power of the internet. And if you don't do it,
I absolutely agree. I've seen this. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Scooney, but I was going to say, I see this a lot. It's like every 5 minutes, there's someone talking or hugging and you can hug someone, it doesn't mean you don't want to go to bed with them. But the minute they're saying, like you said, well, oh, they're the it couple, or they put them together, or they're shipping, and I'm totally shipping that. I'm like, oh, please don't go there.
I'll
I don't
give
know
you
what they do.
I'll give you an example. Okay, so one, not okay, my best friend since high school is actually a female. Of all, it's real funny how that worked out. But anyway, so her and I actually ended up working for the same company at one point. Mainly because she was like, "Hey, you know what? Hey, they got an opening. I know this is what you do. Hey, are you interested in joining our company?" I'm like, "Sure, why not? Nothing to do." I've never had a problem, as far as doing different things and bouncing around or anyway. But I noticed, and this is going to make a little bit more sense. But
Oh, sure.
as far as her interactions with me at work and then outside were literally the same, because I mean, even though I drew a professional line in between, our dialogue was always very argumentative. And I'm not naturally an argumentative person. I tend to be more of a contrarian, but she tends to be more of an argumentative person because she's more of a critical thinker than I am. So I would get the comment of, "Oh, are you two related?" Like, no. Well, I thought you guys were, because you guys argue like brother and sister all the time and you guys are very loud. So, but yeah, those are the type of relationships that you don't really see as much anymore because, again,
Right.
You can
we're not.
almost say I have that same dynamic with my female coworkers at work. I tend
Yeah,
to have this
yeah,
big brother type deal with them.
yeah, and those are
It's-
those are perfectly natural relationships to have, because whenever you do have a question that ultimately the feminine could answer, that's who you'll go to. You'll go to your female friend to be like, "Hey, you know what? I got a question on this," and they'll usually give you the right answer. They're usually never wrong when it comes to that kind of stuff.
yeah.
So yeah, like for anyone in the stream, I mean, you got to value your relationships. And here's the thing: even in the comic books, these superheroes have friends, and the friends fall away as the superheroes evolve. But that's supposed to happen. So, uh, even if your friendships tend to come down to 2 or 3 people, it happens in the comics too. That means that they're a person of a higher value. So, I mean,
Hmm.
just to tie that in, because I mean, the dynamic between Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman is always very tight. And people always, "Oh, well, it's a romantic interplay, blah, blah, blah." I'm like, no, 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 it's not that
Mm-mm.
at all. It's what you
Work
see.
friends.
It's work friends, and you also have a trinity, if you will.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep.
Um. Now I know earlier it was played for laughs as a joke, but you know how I went about Captain Marvel with the blast thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
There's a dull meme of why I was trying to bring up. So the way how I see Captain Marvel, the way how the movie is made, it's made by somebody wanted to who wanted to make what they thought was a superhero movie written by males, but
Yeah.
they happened to start a female into it. And I liken to this to Taylor Swift's recent controversial music video, "The Man."
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh my God. That
uh,
I know what you're talking about. Look, I
that
am
was
a
a horror
woman.
show. That was a horror
I
show.
found that really stereotypical
Is that the one where she says, "If I
propaganda.
had one, it would"? Is this the one where she says, "If I had one, it would be bigger than yours"?
Yeah, and she's
Oh,
man
good Lord.
spreading, and she doesn't look good in scruff, and she's trying to act like a dude, but clearly she's never been in a situation where she's had to. It's like,
Well, see, what she's doing in that video is she's doing a stereotype of what she thinks men are. That
yeah,
is what I don't like about the video at all. She's she's stereotyping males. The
She's demeaning
toxic
me.
male. She's demeaning
Mhm.
them. That's what she's
hmm
doing in that video.
And
As a
that's why.
woman,
Go ahead, Leah.
I was just gonna say, as a woman, I didn't like that at all because nobody deserves to be demeaned. I don't care what their gender are or their race. Nobody deserves that kind of treatment.
But
Unless it's a
Leia,
unless it's unless
but
it's a
Leia,
joke,
but Leia
unless it's a
specifically
joke in stand-up
saying,
comedy.
Yeah.
Leia, don't you realize that rappers always degrade women so much? You see the women dancing in the background. This is what they
Ugh.
think of women.
Oh Lord.
Again, shifting the blame.
Okay, well let's forget about Cardi and Megan Thee Stallion, you know, and their recent outing at the awards ceremony. But I like this comment that I'm seeing right here. Maybe you can highlight it. It's Samuel Proctor. He says the Trinity have their own separate romantic
Yeah, I was
interests.
looking at that
Woman,
directly too.
Lois Lane, Steve Trevor, and the other thing that they tend to have in common, if you look at these three, it's they all are devoid of superpowers. Granted, yeah, Catwoman, you could argue that her superpowers are like, you know, her cat instincts,
Feline.
but again, you know, using the cat as a pejorative towards women. But anyway, I digress.
Well, and but the pejorative towards women? It's not supposed to be terrible. I mean, what does a cat represent? Grace, beauty, and and a range of intelligence that can't truly be defined as such a mystery.
True.
And balance.
I think.
Exactly.
I think a lot of the connotation came in, you know, medieval Europe when we started, you know, seeing the, you know, the burning of witches and, you know, the dismemberment of cats as being, you know, evil, I guess. But yeah, so I mean, I really like that comment because what really stands out to me is that that's the ordinary, that's the everyman, if you will. Like Lois Lane is, for lack of a better term,
she is intellectual. She is an intellectual.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, Steve Trevor, he was portrayed a little bit, you know, a little bit different in this Wonder Woman film, but I love the interpretation.
Let me address Neil Starr real quick.
Yeah.
It says Taylor Swift, isn't that the singer whose whole gimmick is breakup songs? I will argue that her breakout song was the Stalker song that she wrote.
That is a femme fatale character who has embraced negative relationship habits, if you will,
toxic femininity.
Well, no wonder she's making a music video about how bad men are. She's had bad relationships.
Yeah, and it's
you know,
all
maybe the real message. Maybe the real message here is, you know, stop getting into toxic relationships. Oh no, wait! Your entire career is built off of it.
It's also real life experience too.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I the reason why I bring bring the comparisons up to that, because when you look at I know most of you, I know Leia Plus Size may have seen it, and Schooner may have seen it, but Trooper probably have not seen it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Captain Marvel. Throughout that whole movie, I'm seeing her. And again, I made that joke about the blast thing, but that's basically what she's doing. And I'm sitting here and I look back again. I'm like, so this woman who directed this movie just got in to direct this movie. She must have looked at basically all the male-led Marvel films, and this is what she thought of these films. So basically, when she's with like I was saying, Nick Fury, and she blasts that she blasts something with her beams, right?
Is it a jukebox?
Yeah, it's a jukebox, or she blasts two things. She blasts two things in that scene.
Yeah. I remember that scene. But you gotta remember, I was tuned out through most of that film because I was disappointed.
This woman thinks that, so the conversation between Nick Fury and Captain America boiled down to Captain America just throwing his shield around in the conversation, or like she must have took the wrong scene of Cap ripping that tree trunk in half in Age of Ultron as them win an argument, which is not really. It's basically showing Cap's displeasure of what Stark's mindset throughout the whole Ultron situation. And why he created the
muscles. Sorry, Commander. I couldn't help it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hey, I interrupted a few times here. You guys are allowed to interrupt me.
No, that tree trunk. Oh, people hear me.
As bad as that effect is, you can obviously see. the gifts actually ruins that shot now because you can actually see the line now where it splits. But I'm saying this. I'm like, this is a woman who is so out of touch on how to write a story. This is her template that she got from. Is basically she thinks that superheroes, male superheroes, mind you, are running around beating up bad guys, not stopping to investigate things, or observe things. Like take for example, the whole build up of Iron Man. It's not Tony Stark just repulsor blast everything in every situation. It's him solving failures in his construction of the Mark was it Mark II?
Yeah, are we talking about the first movie?
First movie.
Yeah,
the silver one.
the Jericho missile.
Not that one.
He means the suit, the first suit.
Yeah.
I think it was the Mark 1
The
or
second
2.
Yeah, it was the
I forgot.
Mark II, because he went through 50 suits.
Yeah,
more or less.
I'm just saying, like the first movie where he make the silver one where he test flights it. Like throughout the whole movie, he's not just outright just blasting everything to solve a situation. He's actually meticulously figuring out what's wrong with the suit. Why is it not flying properly? Like the first time he tries to jet propel, he ends up backflipping in a way and face plants.
I'm gonna have to watch the movie again tonight then.
And then he gets it launches him up. He hits the ceiling, and his robot douses him with the fire extinguisher.
Yeah, that too. Captain America, for another example, when he first chases after that Hydra assassin, I'm gonna call him assassin because he ends up killing Doc anyway because that's what he's there for. Yeah. He runs, tripping all over things, and then get the hang of his newly enhanced body. There's even a moment where he even has to test out his body still before he goes into deployment. And he actually has to go out of his way from the whole propaganda side of things of war to go rescue his fellow troops who he didn't know that wait, was he aware that it was Barnes' unit?
They said you heard the general, your friend is most likely dead, and he says, but what about those other troops?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what he says. Yeah.
And guess what? He doesn't throw the shield in that conversation at all. Let's go to Thor, which he, of course you can apply the blast with Thor, but there's never a moment where he's always doing that. Yes, there's that scene where they fight the frost giants, but that was just showing how before that even happened, they were very diplomatic in that situation, right?
Yeah.
Until one of the frost giants insults him. That's where you get the blast.
Even Loki's like, ah, damn.
yeah. Loki was like, uh-oh, here we go. Yeah. And again, he doesn't even throw the hammer at his own father in the argument when his father chastises him in that incident where he calls him, well, you're a fool and whatever, right?
Yeah.
Right.
This woman, like I said, this quote unquote female director completely out of touch on how these movies worked. It really showed how out of touch she was on how these movies were successful and how they worked, regardless of what you thought about any of the Marvel movies later on after that, which most people would say, the comedy may have hurt the movies, or maybe there was too much action, or maybe they were going far too much friendly or whatever. You still saw something there in those movies. The heart.
Exactly.
Even with Ant-Man, the heart is he's a father that's trying to do right by his daughter. Whether you cared about the jokes or the funniness or the powers or the villain or not, the heart is there. If you guys want to talk about themes, there's your theme right there. A father trying to reconnect with his daughter. Mission accomplished at the end.
Well, that's why Ant-Man to me was a surprise, because I didn't think I would like it, but I came out of it enjoying it so much because it surprised me in its writing.
Well, that's also what I love, the visual allegory, the final.
I like it, and I did like it.
it's kind of ironic
Go ahead, Trooper. Tuna.
the visual the visual allegory is, where does the final battle take place? His home.
Mm-hmm.
Because the battle is at home. That's his
And who
uphill
was the
battle.
first line of defense? The dad.
He is. Exactly.
Yes.
And Thomas
Yes.
the Tank.
Well, I was going to add one more point to it. The whole thing with Captain Marvel is, I guess they figured if they tossed a whole bunch of female names into it, that it was going to be fantastic, because even the soundtrack was done by a female composer. I mean, they went on about that, but
they were expecting Black Panther numbers. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, that's what they thought.
What I was going to add from Civil War, or no. Was it Civil War? No, it wasn't Civil War. It was Winter Soldier. So there's the scene with, Captain America and the helicopter, and however you interpret it, the way I always took that is,
if it's a helicopter, it's Civil War.
Yeah,
it is Civil War. Okay, so you have Winter Soldier, Captain America, and the helicopter.
Unless you're talking about,
I mean,
yeah, that's Civil War.
Well,
not Winter Soldier.
Yeah, so case in point being is another thing this female director did not get is that every male superhero always has a sense of family, a really innate, strong sense of family. Because what's going on with this helicopter scene is, he's trying to keep his family together, because ultimately Bucky is his family. And, one of the main reasons, Steve doesn't reveal to Tony right away, what Winter Soldier did to Howard Stark, is because Tony is also considered his family. So,
yeah. And not only that, Tony has been throughout his films, he suddenly came to realize who his father was, and as such, he has felt ashamed, and he's trying to redeem himself in the eyes of his father, which he will never get approval of, because he's chasing a ghost.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, that's what I got. I agree.
I'm gonna back you on that, Trooper. There was I didn't felt no connection between Carol and her friend. What's her name? Rebecca?
Yeah. And what needed to happen for this Captain Marvel film to at least work is there needed to be something that Nick Fury and Carol could come together on, in terms of whether it was, their love of flight, or, a family tragedy, something that would bond them. Not necessarily they were thrown together because of circumstance. And there was no real character evolution in that film. And the problem is they injected all these storylines into this film for future projects, and threw the actual film out the window. So it looks like a 90s movie. It sounds like a 90s movie. It doesn't really play like a 90s movie, which what I really would have liked to have seen, especially in Captain Marvel, is I really would have liked for it to play like a 90s film. And what films came out of the 90s? There were a lot of films that came out of the 90s that were very impactful to the culture, in terms of
specifically Top Gun.
Top Gun
was 80s, but
Top Gun was the 80s.
It was influenced by that, but I thought that's where we essentially were going to get in a 90s context. It's out in the 90s, you had Jawbreaker, you had Clueless, as far as cult films go, but you had other films in the 90s as well.
Yeah, Jurassic Park.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought this was going to play like a
first thing she does is blast True Lies. That was a sign right there that told you we are not going to do anything 90s in this movie. The
thing was, is she came in at a time where it would have made more sense if she's coming in so late in the game, because there's something ultimately that has not been revealed from the very first portions of the MCU, which we never got. All we got was, oh, look, it says Avenger on her plane. She must have been the first Avenger. Blast.
Well,
But
Oh, that's
know,
yes.
it's like, and that's where Ant-Man actually did very well, is that it instilled a sense of family, because you had that father-daughter dynamic.
Even Black Panther had that.
Yeah, yeah,
Regardless of where my stance was with that movie.
Yeah,
I
I
can
mean,
see
it had
that.
a sins of the father type element and the legacy and what we leave behind.
Yeah, and we didn't get any of that in Captain Marvel. We do get flashbacks, and we get flashbacks of a character we don't even know.
We got
So,
flashbacks of oppression. That's all we get from her. That
you
that
know,
there are men that were holding her down and holding her back, and I'm like, I'm sorry, no.
In the 90s,
Her dad would have been cool with her riding on a go-kart.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry. I'm gonna tell you right now, we go and muggins every once in a while in our family. I've seen lots of girls driving on them go-karts. Okay, no man in their right mind will ever look at their daughter and would side eye her for even attempting to race in a go-kart. No,
it clearly, the director clearly has issues with her father.
Well, and here's the
obviously.
thing. Here's the thing. They totally missed the mark on this film, and I'll tell you why. Because if it was going to be a genre film, that would have been the best time to do it. In terms of, that's something that we had not seen from the MCU. Granted, we got it somewhat in First Avenger, but I mean that's just time jump, not recreating a '90s film. I mean, there were tons of '90s titles. I mean, you had Pulp Fiction. You also had, Goodfellas. You had Silence
Oh my
of the
God.
Lambs, Hamlet. Like, I really honestly thought that's what we were going to get. And that would have been fantastic.
The only thing we got in 90s was that blockbuster.
Yeah. And that's the part that
Which
sucked.
I kind of chuckled at looking at that.
That's
It's
the
like,
kind of part that sucked, because there were bits and pieces that I remember of my childhood that were actually kind of tied to Blockbuster. So,
what was the first thing she grabbed from that blockbuster before she exit? She grabbed. I could have sworn she grabbed a movie, and she looked at it and gave a little smirk to it.
It was Arnold Schwarzenegger movie or something. I think it was True Lies or something.
I know she blasted the standee, but I
Yeah.
could have sworn she grabbed something, and it made her smirk a bit.
Well, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. I agree with what Trooper said, but another reason Captain Marvel sucked bad is because, again, you have writers. This was a chance for them to really bring out a character that, by definition, was never really popular in the Marvel comics. Fans just never took to her. So they had an opportunity to make this character likable. They didn't want to do that.
Oh yeah.
Brain dead Larson, with her over preaching this, and the directors decided that they wanted to turn it into a protest film and make it a protest movie.
Well,
I
we
thought
got
it was
women working on this.
I thought it was going to
We
be.
have a lot of women working on this. We have a female composer. We have a female cameraman. We have a female writer. We have a female director. We
You
have
gotta wonder, you gotta wonder, did they get in there because they were actually good, or were they a diversity for hire?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
If you have to ask that question, there's a problem.
Yeah, and I tend to think we'll never really get a definitive answer, because it's a question no one really wants to entertain. They just kind of, sure, like when we do these kind of streams, there's certain things we can't talk about because people might pearl clutch. So, but yeah, and
they'll say something like, "Well, where are your credentials to say this?"
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I'll say, "Oh, I'll show you where my credentials are. Will you bend over?" Boom.
Yeah, exactly.
blast.
Yeah, we didn't get The Fugitive, which that would have been the best way to actually do Captain Marvel.
Oh
because,
wow!
Yeah.
You know what,
Yeah.
dude? Yeah.
The Fugitive on Earth. Yes.
Yeah, that would have been it. That would have been the movie. Boom. That's it. That's your blockbuster right there. And roll it out in the way of a blockbuster film too. Because I mean, that was the whole point of, going back to the 90s. I mean, that was a huge sandbox. And just looking at the soundtrack choices that they did with some of the music, it was very disappointing because again, they were injecting, female performing artists. Okay, that's fine if you want to inject TLC, but what?
Salt and pepper.
Yeah, exactly. It's like at this point we're just injecting stuff to inject it. Like, I mean, we never brought in any of the grunge or any of the
You know what it was? It was a 2018 or 2019?
I want to say it was 2018.
It was a 2018 movie set in the 90s. That's basically what it is. It was a 90s movie with a 2018 mindset.
Yeah, or 2018 telling a story about the 90s, basically.
A made up story about the 90s, because I'll tell you right now that was not the 90s.
It's funny how we were jamming to Black Panthers and then music, which is obviously R&B, hip hop, and rap and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get to Captain Marvel's ending, it's a woman singing at the end, and it's not even. And from the way how the choice of song, I'm like, that's not 90s. That's 2000s.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That song that they chose at the end, that was 2000s. I'm like, that song didn't come out in the 90s. that I know of. Man, it came out in probably the late 90s, bleeding into the 2000s.
Well, again, that's the reason why the movie failed. I think it's because they did not know that character. They didn't know that character. They just thought exactly the way Trooper explained, Scooney, and even you, Wolf. They didn't know that character. All they thought was, we need to make women power movie, man bad, women power film. No growth, no hero's journey, no nothing. I come into this movie, I know and can do everything because Brie Larson thought that's what it means to be a strong female. Plus, I really didn't like her attitude at all. I didn't like her press tours and this conferences, thinking that she was better than everybody else. So she didn't. That's what we got.
Even the Marvel cast didn't like her.
Oh, Schooner, you are so right. The Marvel, the press junket for Endgame was the worst I had ever seen, because you could clearly tell a lot of them did not like her at all.
No,
I mean,
I thought when she talked down to Chris Hemsworth right there, when he was just making a comment. Okay, it was not even an offensive
compliment.
It was a compliment. Yeah. It was a compliment, okay? And she just shut him down like that. And Don Cheadle totally went to bat for Hemsworth. Say what you will about Cheadle, but he went to bat for him.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
I would like to also make a comment about these events that what's that dude's name who played Shazam?
You mean Zach Levi?
Zach Levi.
Yeah. Zach Levi. So there's his video, and I harken back to Bree's video when she, because I bring these two together because in both instances they interact with children, and not in the bad way, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So in Bree's, somebody caught a video of her interacting with a little girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she's so far away from the girl. She kneels in front of her, telling us "You're the best" and all that stuff. You look at Zachary Levi.
Levi.
Zachary Levi's video, and it's a little girl just embracing him and just hugging him, right? And he hugs back, and they want to pull away from her, but she holds tightly, and he pats her on the back too, and he's got this. The man's almost near tears, and the mother's all like, I'm so sorry. He's like, no, it's okay. And you see he just he cracks in his voice, and I'm like, bro, if you don't get that kind of that kind of interaction, you're not worth my time as an actor. I would like to look at and
humanity. He was touched by a gift.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Whereas it's like Bree doesn't. It's like Bree just want to be. She wants to She wants to have shit flecked with gold coming out her ass, basically. Excuse me for
no,
anybody
you're
who,
right. You're right. You're not wrong.
You're right. I agree. I
because
agree.
she just approach. I mean, she doesn't even approach her enough to. She has like a small. Let's be kind. 6 feet apart from the girl and just say, "You're the best. You're amazing." Let nobody. I'm like, do you
Did she
believe that?
interact with the girl? Was she on stage?
No, she wasn't on stage. She was on a walkway of some
Mhm.
sort. Whereas same thing with Levi.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm messing up with names now. Levi is he's on the walkway too. I'm not saying they're in the same location, by the way. They're not in the same location. They're at their world premieres of, in the case of Larson, Captain Marvel, or maybe Endgame. I'm not sure what movie it was. I know it's a Marvel movie. It had to be a Marvel movie. And in the same vein, Levi with Shazam. And I'm just like,
Mhm.
man, when I look at that video of him and the little girl, I'm like, that warms my heart.
Mm-hmm.
That really
Because
warms
because that's what it's the actors who play these characters should realize that's what it's all about to these children and to these children and these fans. To them, they are their heroes. They
Mm-hmm.
are their heroes and they inspire them, and that's what it's all about. And that's being human. Where Miss Brie Whammon Larson decided that she was going to just, not play that. And
Empower a certain demographic, whereas
yeah,
Levi is trying to empower everybody.
that's
Mhm.
yeah.
And that's where you see the generational gap divide, if you will.
And that's
Where
really what the problem. And that's the problem with a lot of the female heroes today. They are catering to a specific demographic while demeaning another one.
yeah,
I also
Exactly.
like to also like to put out Melissa Benoit. I think her last name. That's how you say her last name. Supergirl, for those.
mm-hmm.
Say what you will about the show. The show is shit. Excuse me.
all
The
it
actress
was, I'm not going to disagree with you.
I'm gonna say this. In the eve of that series going on before it hit Netflix, the actress herself did visit 6 children in the Supergirl costume. So I have no issue, zero issue with the actress herself, unless she say something stupid on Twitter.
Well,
That'll
that's
change my
where you
mind
have
about her.
the instance of the studio pushing the actor to make comments that are in line with their contributors,
Let's
or
hope
their
that is.
advertisers.
Let's hope that is, because
Sometimes.
yeah. Sometimes I'm just saying, let's hope that's the case when it comes. I'm just saying, let's hope that is the case with her and Tom Holland, because again, my vision of Tom Holland, he did visit sickly children in his Spider-Man costume, performing backflips and stuff, because he's a gymnast, but he did make
Oh,
that
Tom
comment about
gets it. Tom gets it.
yeah, but he made that comment about Spider-Man, maybe Spider-Man can be gay. But I'm like, okay, watch yourself, Tom.
Oh,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Imagine 51st Dates.
In
Yeah,
the
watch
case of
yourself,
the
Tom.
Spider-Verse. Absolutely. I mean, and that's the thing. It's like a lot of people now, it's like tend to become myopic because of the lens that they put on everything. It's like, hey, you have to roll through this lens. But I mean, if you know enough about the character in the Spider-Verse, oh yes. I mean, you got Miles Morales, you got,
Mhm.
you got
Static.
Silk. Yeah, you got Silk, you got, Spider-Woman, you have,
I
Ghost
bring up
Spider, which
I bring up
Spider-Gwen.
Static because
So
canonically he is homosexual. He and
yeah.
Richie are a couple. They were meant to be a couple in the series, I believe. I think
Yeah.
Dwayne McDuffie was planning to make them a couple.
Even Spider-Man at one point in the Spider-Verse is a furry because you have Spider-Cat, you have Spider-Ham. So, but going back to the MCU, like 2 instances where they missed the mark with developing these female characters was you basically had Rachel McAdams, who just was there, if you will. Like, she wasn't the cerebral woman that I would have liked to have seen because it's Night Nurse. So
Are you talking about Rosario Dawson?
no. You got to remember. Christine Palmer is played by like Night Nurse in and of herself.
Christine.
Yeah, in and of Night Nurse herself
That's
is
Night
played by two
Nurse.
separate. Yes, that's an iteration of Night Nurse. Is
Huh.
Dr. Christine Palmer, and that was injected in there in the sakes that hey,
Because I was only
maybe.
I'm only familiar with Claire and
Oh yeah, no,
the
Claire.
Netflix Marvel.
Yeah, Claire is a definitely an iteration of Night Nurse. If you look up Night Nurse,
Right.
that's another iteration of Night Nurse. What I particularly appreciated was that they were willing to go there with Rosario Dawson, knowing me liking Rosario as an actress. I was like, oh, this is gonna be awesome, and it turned out it was, because it made so much sense in Luke Cage. But her story was not necessarily told as its own series. You know, her story is told through the different Marvel
She's
series
the
that are
bridge
put out
gapper.
by Netflix. Like her story, yeah, she bounces from Daredevil to Luke Cage to Jessica Jones to Iron Fist.
She's the Agent Coulson of that universe.
Yeah, and they actually now they kind of flirted with her character in making her a cerebral woman, because right there in that moment when she has to perform a procedure on Luke Cage, she comes up with the idea of maybe I can go in with the syringe through your eye. And I thought that for me was like, yes, I'm like, this is the character that I wanted to get in Doctor Strange.
Nice.
And they only did that a little bit with Christine, knowing that the story really is about Stephen Strange. Like, they reduced Christine to being maybe a dalliance, if you will. The Palmer Strange procedure. It's
Yeah.
so. But I really would have liked to have seen that more, and I really wanted to see that with Jane in Thor. Also, I really wanted to see that.
Not nearly enough.
Looks like we're gonna get something with Jane, because oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. They should have got another actress to play Jane.
It's not going to be the interpretation that all of us would have appreciated, which would have been an eccentric, scientist who really comes across, discovering the Bifrost, if you will. I don't know how much hijinks will be in Love and Thunder.
I'm not seeing it.
But
I'd like to get struck by thunder before I see that movie.
Yeah, but we're definitely not getting any Dana Scullys anytime soon in the MCU.
We will be with us. We're going to do it.
Like we didn't get it with Wasp. We kind of got it with Natasha. We may get
what
some of
about
that.
what's her face from Agents of Shield?
You know what? I didn't watch anything on ABC. There was this period around 2015 when ABC just went. I don't know where they went, but where they went, they left me, because all the shows literally started going in that direction, and I'm like, I can't watch anything on ABC anymore. You know what? It was the same thing that happened with CW, only it happened with CW first, and then and then it kind of went to all the other networks. So.
I was never a fan of Agents of Shield. I wasn't. Because plain and simple, I like my superheroes with superpowers. I'm covered if you want, but I do, and I just wasn't interested in. First of all, I thought the cast was bland. The actors weren't very good. The story wasn't very well written, and I just didn't care for those characters. I didn't want to see a show without
I only
superheroes.
care for one character
on the show. Was that
I only care for Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo's my girl. Yo-Yo. That's the only reason why I stuck. Truth be told, that's the only reason why I stuck around that series for as long as I could, was because of Yo-Yo. Because, man, when they add Yo-Yo to the mix, I was like, oh my goodness, spicy Latina. Excuse me, I had a moment there.
I'm looking at. Yeah, go ahead.
Real talk though, but Yo-Yo's character was what I loved about her, is she was the abrasive type, but she was also flawed at the same all the same, and she goes through the ringer throughout the seasons as they go along. She lost a lot. Her relationship and Mac, bruh, if those actors it's funny. It's funny how I like to imagine those actors are married in real life, because if you see the stills, they're they're really good friends. They
Hmm.
they, 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 they play around and stuff, but it really plays off to how they act the characters in the show. Her and Mac both have this slight on and off again relationship, but
Mhm.
it works to their vulnerabilities. Like
Hmm.
she feels that void that he's missing. He feels that void that she's missing. There are moments where they do get back together and they make it work. There are times that they had to keep their distance from each other because it's affecting their work. You
Hmm.
know, especially with Mac, because Mac is always the one that's like the straight edge, the straight shooter. You know what I'm saying? He's a hard hitter,
Mhm.
considering he's a tall black dude, but with a shotgun axe to boot. That's what I love about Mac too. Mac was my favorite too, because like
First
dude.
off, you have an axe that's also a shotgun. Okay, that right there makes him BA certified.
So yeah, I didn't
Right.
care. I didn't care about Gemma that much. I stopped caring about her and Fizz's screw up relationship, because yeah, they were falling apart. Daisy started to get annoying, definitely, because they kept making her like the I wouldn't go too far to call her Mary Sue per se,
Mhm.
but she was verging heavily towards that. But they kind of they bounce her back in some regards. I'm giving you guys the scoop here from what I've saw thus far in Age of Shield. Uh, Coulson started to degrade a little more as time goes by. He does have some nice bright moments where he has his lowest low, but there's no
Mhm.
moment where everybody's like looking at him like he's the white guy. It's his fault. There's never a moment there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You know. Who am I missing? There's
Uh,
another teammate, because
Um,
I know Graham is Graham. Who's that dude that was a Hydra sleeper agent?
mm.
Who actually in the first season, if I recall correctly, was like Madonna.
Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. The guy with the dark hair.
Yeah,
Like, you got to remember, I barely watched this series. Like,
yeah. He
I
became an
tuned
alien
out.
and died. He became an alien zombie and died. Leia Plus, you wanted to say something?
you're not talking about
Grant,
Crossbones, are you?
Grant.
Oh,
He
oh, Grant.
Kronk. Hey
Okay.
Kronk. By the way, hey Kronk.
I just,
He
I didn't mean, I just want to say, I have to bow out now, fellas. I have things I have to take care of. It's getting late,
right.
so
Okay.
I must leave you. I just
Okay.
want to say this was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed talking to all of you, and I hope to get back with you soon. So thank you for inviting me, Commander.
Hey,
All right.
whenever. I mean,
It was
we'll do
always
Always.
these
fun. It's
roundtables.
always fun
Always.
to be
Yeah.
of value.
Yeah, we'll do these roundtables. So,
Thank you, Scooney. Okay. So you guys go ahead you enjoy the rest of your show and have a good evening. And I'll see you
all
soon.
right.
All
Hmm.
right.
All righty. All right. Bye bye.
It's see, it's a shame too because I was just about to bring up something because this is like the perfect segue. You
Oh,
were
yeah.
talking, Wolf. You were talking about the character Yo-Yo that you love because she's super flawed. Well, I think we need to talk about basically. I'm gonna call this the pinnacle of great female heroes, Sarah Connor and Ellen Ripley.
Ooh.
Oh, sorry.
I
Repeat
really,
that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to go here. This is more
Uh,
like a Red Sonja type thing.
Yeah, we're just getting back to what you were saying. Why you love the character Yo-Yo so much, in because she was written as a person. I wanted to say, let's segue into
Before
Sarah.
we get into that, there was a comment that I want to get into from Matthew Flynn,
Oh yeah, go ahead.
and I'm looking for it real quick because I know he.
Basically, who are favorite characters from Soul Calibur? Matt, I will tell you Ivy, and if you know me and my character choices, that really fits in line with what I like. So, uh,
For me, it's Talam. I get a kick out of Talam Song Mina and ooh, what's her face? Chick with the umbrella.
I haven't played Soul Calibur in so long. I don't know.
Ellen
she appeared-
Ripley or Sarah Connor? Wow. I don't know. That's a hard one. That's hard.
Oh wow,
Like,
Well, what's my-
like, okay, so
Ripley. It's Ripley.
no.
I mean,
No. You got to look at it in this context. So
they're
all right,
both mothers, damn it.
so-
but I
so
picked the ultimate mother.
you have Ridley
Thank
Scott.
you, Neil Star Setsuna. I love
You
Setsuna.
have you.
Well, I wanted to, because I wanted to segue into this because these ladies, these lovely ladies, are considered the pinnacle of strong female characters.
Oh no. I mean, they have to literally take on the mantle of masculinity to do whatever it is to get done. But I mean, we have.
But what made those characters so great is the fact that they did not outright reject their femininity. What I loved about, because here's the two things that I loved. Both of them are actually in a struggle to reclaim their femininity.
Yes.
Because in Terminator 1, Sarah Connor starts off as this, just this average person. You see her as a she's a student.
Yeah, no. I get it. It's just like, it's just like what happens in Wonder Woman 84. Like we see like Sarah Connor in this pink top, and she's just like this regular waitress type character. And throughout like the evolution of the film, like she has to, I mean, she does reclaim her femininity towards the end. Like I want to say Terminator 2 maybe?
What Terminator? Yeah, exactly. Because in Terminator 1, you have to go from a person.
I would call them Red Sonja characters. But I saw this comment earlier. About Miles Morales. Here's the one thing you have to appreciate about Miles Morales is a lot of his storyline from the comic books was used for Spider-Man Homecoming, which forced Sony to actually have to do some writing, and that's where you get the Uncle Ben moment with Spider-Man and Prowler. And I was like, that really fits in very well with these characters being street characters.
Writing.
Yeah, being street characters, and it's like, okay, yeah, granted, his uncle was a thug, but like, it's like you kind of see like two men, they both diverge. You have one who becomes law enforcement.
It's true to life.
Yeah, one who becomes a thief, and it's like, one makes his success as being a father, one makes his success as becoming a supervillain, if you will. But like that moment on that rooftop where Prowler has to make a choice, and then freaking Prowler's choice is taken away from him by like Kingpin. So in other words, it's been made for him. So Spider-Man has been forced into being a villain in the eyes of most of the populace now. That was amazing. You would have never gotten that had they stuck with the actual storyline in the comic books.
Yeah.
Because if I remember right, like his uncle was like a drug dealer, if I remember right. Like, in
the comics.
Yeah, and it was very different, but you have to be able to appreciate what Sony was forced to do with Into the Spider-Verse. Granted, there was a little bit of SJW in it, but not enough for me to outright reject it, but for me to be able to say it's still a good film in spite of. Still a good film. So, did we ever get Scooter back?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Can you hear him?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, it was exactly what you were saying. There's no argument here.
Yeah, so I really want to go back into this Sarah Connor, Ellen Ripley thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so basically what I liked about it was that these are, whenever they say, strong female characters, we always Ellen Ripley and Sarah Connor. But like I was saying earlier, both of their movies and their stories start off with them being thrown into warrior. One has to become a soldier, the other one has to basically become a survivor in their first outings, in their first movies. The second movies was about them essentially rediscovering their femininity. Okay, because what I liked about Terminator 2 was that she knew that she had to protect her son John at all costs. But what you can see her arc in the movie is that by protecting her son, she has neglected him, and she has neglected him, and she has to read it. I mean, because she says, like that one instance in the movie, which I thought was great, when she asked John after they've just rescued her from the asylum in Terminator 2, they say, "Are you hurt?" And then she motions for him to come towards her because he thinks it's going to be a hug, and he goes to hug her, but instead she's just checking him to see if he's injured. And she then tells him that, then the next thing she does, he hasn't seen her in so long, and the first thing she does is she scolds him. She says, "You should not have come for me. You cannot risk yourself. You're too important." And then he says, "But I had to get you out of there." And she says, "I don't need help." And then she just, and then turns right around, giving him the cold shoulder.
You almost make me want to see this movie again tonight, because I'm already thinking about what films I want to watch tonight. I'm going to pull out Deep Impact and Gattaca. So,
and what I thought was, and then she had to read it, and that's the whole thing. You see Sarah Connor. You see Sarah Connor becoming more and more like the Machine, until she sees when she wants to kill Miles Dyson, and then she realizes what she's doing. Anyway, and then she says to John how much she loves him and why she wants to kill. And then by the end of that movie, I love that transformation. She starts caring for him. But getting back to Ellen Ripley, what's interesting about Ellen Ripley and her first outing is that she's now a survivor, basically in that very primal state. Like at the very end of the movie, which I love, she has that flamethrower, and she's walking through the dark corridors of the Nostromo, like a caveman walking through the caves, evading a predator. She's become in that very primal survivalist mode. And then she has to escape. And then in the second movie, she has to reclaim her, she reclaims that lost part of herself in the eyes of Newt. And by the end of the movie, which I thought was pretty interesting, is that we have the Queen Alien and Ripley, two mothers essentially fighting for the future of their children.
I never looked at it that way. That's pretty cool. I always saw it as, I always saw it as humanity having to struggle for their place in the universe because they're ultimately going to be displaced. But I never saw it as two mothers fighting for the future of their children. That's actually very interesting.
Well, first, Aliens, I always felt was the story of motherhood, because you think about it, Ripley has been through a traumatic event. She's now all alone in the universe. She's kind of trying to find her place, especially if you've ever watched the extended edition of the movie. It's revealed that her daughter had died.
Yeah.
I have the quadrilogy on DVD.
Mm-hmm.
I might get on so right. I can suffer Alien 3 and Resurrection.
Oh, there's some stuff. It would be too expensive to replace. So, like all my MCU's Blu-ray, some choice films are Blu-ray, but the rest is DVD. So,
but what I thought was interesting
I have
about
T2 on DVD, the special edition.
Yeah, the thing is that she's trying to find her place in the universe, and then she discovers a renewed sense of I guess you could say self-worth in Newt, because originally she goes back to the planet because she wants to wipe out the alien, because she thinks that's the only way she's going to be able to sleep at night.
Or reclaiming her maternity. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, exactly. And she reclaims her maternity in Newt. And that's why these two women are considered strong female characters, because they don't shun their femininity. They embrace it.
Yeah.
And I mean, even that one scene in Terminator 2 when Dyson is talking about how he says, you're judging me on things that I haven't even done yet. How was I supposed to know? And then she gets on that tangent on, yeah, right, how were you supposed to know? And she says, you never know what it's really like to create life, to feel it, and to create it. All you know is blood and all that kind of stuff.
Dang. Yeah, that's right. Oh, my gosh. Wow. That's like a whole other level. I love it.
Yeah, I love it. I love finding new ways to love these movies.
I don't know which species is worse. At least you'll see them trying to sell each other out for a big score.
Yeah, exactly. But
I'm paraphrasing, by
yeah,
the way.
but I even love that sequence where because I love that sequence because when Ripley goes to the alien queen in her hive, she starts, burning the eggs and basically telling the queen to call her minions off. You remember that? So it's
Yeah.
basically both of them are fighting for the survival of their children, and that's always what I found interesting. And these two women are the pinnacle of strong, independent females because they don't shun their
Oh, haven't you
femininity.
heard? The
They
queen is getting her own comic book that's redefining her
Oh
femininity,
Lord.
oh,
and she
uh,
looks like she looks like she walked off a species. The design that they gave her a
well,
human face.
I
yeah.
hope that's a franchise they never reboot, because if they reboot Species, it will never be done correctly.
A fun fact: the guy who designed the alien also designed the species.
Yeah,
H.R. Geiger.
Oh, do you want to know what his intent was for Seal in the movie?
Go ahead. I know this. I don't know if FN Trooper hasn't.
So from the very start, Geiger wanted a alien that could illuminate like hot metal,
Okay.
which is why when you see if you look at concept art of Seal, she's see through. So
Mm-hmm.
the suit was meant to be very translucent,
Mhm.
and the more she was beginning to come to her own as an alien, the more horror she got.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Literally, not figuratively, literally. Um, he had some very kooky ideas, but I wholeheartedly believe that they would have worked had the company really be patient with him and his English and his mannerisms. Like there was even a sequence where there was a train that chases her, and many like her that scoops them up, and inside the train is a whole butcher house.
Yep.
Technically,
Wish they had kept
yeah.
that.
There was also a scene where there's supposed to be an arc between what's his face,
Michael Madison.
Michael Madsen, and what's her face, not
The
Sil,
no,
the
no,
other.
no. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. The other woman.
Yeah, there was supposed to be a kind of like a growing love triangle between those three,
Mm-hmm.
and there was an arc going on whether he would choose the human or the alien, which ultimately, if they do have the footage of that ending, by the way. He ultimately chose the human. So like technically, point being, he had a very artistic vision for Seal, and
Mhm.
the studio heads kind of screwed that up
They
big
just
time.
wanted an alien knockoff.
The more they
Ah.
kept, the more he kept pushing for his artistic vision, the more they kept wanting Alien,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where we got the movie that we got. Like I said, if they were just trust in, I would say this: if they were to put their trust into Geiger and the writer who teamed up with him, basically collaborate with him, I think Species would have been its own thing, because they already had another Alien knockoff. It was called DNA, which
Yep.
starred Mark Dacascos. Well, technically, it was a Predator knockoff, but still, it was
Oh,
the,
no.
the alien looks basically like a xenomorph with teeth, more teeth,
Oh,
and it can
jeez.
and it basically cloak itself without the need of technology of all things.
Mhm.
I still watch that movie because that movie is fun. Because it's
Yeah.
got freaking Mark Dacascos in it. But yeah, that's sad. We lost Geiger. It's
Yeah.
sad, and now they're tarnishing his legacy, his artistic legacy, if you will, by giving us this alien queen design. It's
Well, you
Well,
know,
technically, since 20th Century Fox is now owned by Disney, is the Queen now a Disney princess?
yes,
I hear that
yes,
question asked so
yes,
many times. I would say she's a
yes.
Disney queen, but the
Nah, nah.
first Disney
Well,
queen.
Oh wait, I bet you we're gonna get a remake now where it's revealed. Oh, I'm not evil. I'm just a victim of the society.
I just lay eggs all day.
Yeah.
I was gonna say no. She's like an Ursula. She's what is it, the Disney villain? So she's up there with Maleficent, Ursula. So yeah, you are right. You are right because
You
we
know
would
what?
get the movie.
Favorite female designs. I like the Alien Queen design. I don't care what anybody who the naysayers who get pissed off about aliens. They always like to trash talk aliens. Do you know sometimes there are people that trash talk aliens nowadays?
No.
I'm sorry. I love the Queen design.
They're trying to trash talk it because they want to say that the new stuff is better. And I'm like, are you kidding me? You could have never pulled off the alien. No, you're going to digitize the alien queen and call that awesome. They made puppets that were so real with that alien queen.
Yeah. And here's the thing. These are the types of films that are so good that you don't have to watch them every few weeks. You can watch them every now and again, and they stay with you for a very long time until you pop them in again. So yeah, because I mean, I have them, and it's like I watch them very rarely, but when I do, it's like it's
You
one
sit
of
down
those.
and pay attention way more than the new stuff.
Yeah, it's
New
one of
stuff,
those
you can
things that you can't just leave playing. You have to literally watch it.
And that movie also gave us two or even three different. Aliens gave us three great variations of women. You had Ellen Ripley, you had Vasquez, you even had what's her name, the pilot who. Yeah, she died and she crashed, but
There's more women in their group too. There was the one that got grabbed that fired that flamethrower.
Yep.
None of them Captain Marvel.
None.
Nope.
Yeah, no, it's
no. Same Proctor. It's not the female alien design. It's the fact that the queen exists. They want the life cycle to reverse itself like it did in the first Alien. Whereas in the case of most people who tend to in the case who would like to bring the two together, if you take the first Alien to context, the alien will take one person and basically morph them into a new egg.
I remember that.
In the case of aliens, you introduce the queen that lays the eggs, but both can still exist at the same time. Like if it's just one drone, they can morph that person into an egg, and potentially that egg can be a queen egg, as the comics like to call them, with the queen face hugger as well, which is, if you guys don't know, it's a lot bigger and it has a different colorization than your typical face hugger.
Yeah, I saw Alien 3.
Yeah, I did too. The only thing I can say is sci-fi, or rather space opera or space opera horror, is something that we get very little of now. And I'm not talking about Star Wars. I'm not talking about Star Trek. I'm talking
like pure blue cosmic horror.
Yeah. We're talking like, Event Horizon, that kind of stuff that we don't get anymore. We don't get, Odyssey, was it 2010, 2009, or we don't get Space Odyssey. We don't get these things.
2001 Space Odyssey.
I think the closest thing we did get was Interstellar, and that was phenomenal.
I love Interstellar.
That was phenomenal because there were also female characters in that too, and there's a little bit of the intellectual female or intellectual woman in that too, in that his daughter is trying to solve the equation to be able to spring humanity forward in space, and it all goes back to fighting for humanity, or fighting for her children, if you will. But I mean,
a chance to live,
a
chance to survive.
Yeah. So I mean, these are themes that they will always resonate with the viewer, and you probably will not get that much of it in any of the upcoming franchises because they're not interested in telling that. They're really not. So
that's also again talking about how women are the path to the future. I mean, she leads humanity. to a better tomorrow so that humanity will have a future. And then at the very end, she tells her father to go and find what's her name in the other portal and start his life with her.
Yeah. And
Sam Proctor says, you know what? I did go through that train of thought about supposedly contrasting biology of aliens when I watched it. Yeah, you can have both. I also add that they hate aliens because the aliens are now cannon fodder. I'm like, bitch, did you not watch that movie? Yes, the soldiers are well equipped, but guess what happened? They were reduced to 3.
yeah.
So you can make the argument that they're bush sponges and cannon fodder and all that jazz, but at the end of the day, who was the one who won that skirmish?
Mm-hmm.
And mind you, these were the soldiers that had a handicap.
Uh-huh.
They got handicapped, and
Exactly.
even when they weren't handicapped, they still got rushed.
Oh yeah. In fact, but what I love about that movie is, yeah, they were on a budget, and they probably only had if I recall correctly, they only used 12 alien models, and they just continued, if I recall that correctly. But a lot of what's implied, and even Hollywood filmmaking magic, they made it seem like there was thousands of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now that I think about it. Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm going to go off on a little bit of a tangent here.
No, go ahead.
There's a funny little Easter egg where they echo Terminator 2 in Aliens when Hicks is trying to close the door, and then the alien grabs it with both hands and opens it up, and then Hicks pulls his shotgun out and shoots it. and then in Terminator 2, remember in the T-1000 sticks it through the elevator door and opens it, and then Arnold Schwarzenegger just blows it away.
Well, they are directed by the same guy.
Yeah.
He loves he loves his shout outs to himself, I guess.
Easter eggs are fun. That's definitely something that I've grown to appreciate. Because
what I like about James Cameron is that he will never ask somebody something that he would not do himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I mean, you definitely did not get any of that out of Captain Marvel. Like I said, what we got out of Captain Marvel was a whole bunch of storylines are just thrown together for the hopes of,
I am woman, hear me roar.
Yeah, and let's go into the next phase sooner or later. And it turns out they're not even going in that direction, because now they got to inject Monica Rambeau, and now they're not going to do Monica Rambeau in the way they should have. And it's like, well, what was the whole point of bringing in these characters if...
earlier they had her sucking up to a tall white woman.
Thank you.
Yep. Monica Rambeau. Boom.
Yeah. So...
a little black girl sucking up to a buck 05 tall white woman.
Ooh, can I pick the colors on your uniform? Like really? Like, is this where...
I got a question for you guys. Who is your favorite anime woman?
We never got into that while Leo Plus Size was here. I just mentioned Casca though.
Like, we really didn't. Like I said, it didn't really go really deep into anime whatsoever. That was just a genre that just never really, I never really gravitated towards. And
I think because anime really, you don't. It's because anime, there was never really anything to truly critique, because they've done a lot of things right. Yeah, they've done things wrong here and there, but it's fantastic.
I would say if I really, really had to like dig into this, gosh, I think it would have to be Princess Aurora from Voltron, pre-Netflix, because that is a truly aristocratic feminine character also, who has to more or less put the aristocracy aside to be part of a team and build camaraderie with her group of brothers, if you will. This is before this is before Pidge is non-binary. So
she's still a girl. She's still a girl. They like that. Now, mind you, they will want to call her non-binary because she got it. Most people will most of these nutsos will assume she got in because they rejected her because she's a girl. No, that was not her story.
Nope.
That was never her story. Her story was she stole into the military to find out what happened to her family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is why she got in. She didn't even call herself non-binary in that show. She stayed, yeah, she was hiding her gender and all that stuff, but when the truth came out, she was a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, that speaking of what Trooper's saying, that would not surprise me if they even try to quote unquote misgender her as
Yeah.
non-binary.
Yeah, but it's sad that with anime we have to go, for me anyway, we have to go back into the 80s and the stuff that you and I were kind of like growing up with, but not really, because I mean that was already in the past, but you were still able to find toys in the toy store that echoed Thundercats and echoed Voltron and that kind of stuff. It sold for a while. And from there, Saturday cartoons more or less became a way to sell toys to kids, which is fine because I mean,
It's
at the
the
very
whole point.
yeah, I mean the whole and with these
You
cartoons,
watch the show, now get the toy.
yeah, and you always got some really good piece of advice at the very end of the show. I mean,
Sailor Moon says.
yeah, yeah, that kind of stuff. So, what are you
Speaking of anime girls, Sailor Jupiter is one of mine.
really?
Mm-hmm. Well, see,
What you mean, really? She cooks, she clean, she kicks boys' butt.
They
She
should be able to do that anyway. I
huh?
mean, they should be able to do that anyway. They should be able to cook and clean.
Well,
True.
not only that,
True.
she can kick butt, but she's also interested in romance.
I'm just saying, she cooks, she cleans, and she eliminates the competition.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I had to pick a sailor, I guess I'd pick Venus. But I mean, that's just the obvious
But
pick.
that's another thing.
Dang, you like them airheaded.
They all embrace. That's the thing, though. They all embrace their inner feminine.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Each one embodies their feminine. In the case of Mercury, it's the wits thing, like Trooper was saying earlier, the witism to the female mind.
Yeah.
For the case of Jupiter, the homely aspect of the woman, the homely, which is they're the ones that run the house, while the man is the breadwinner. In the case of Mars, she is the affectionate and
the passion. She's much like her, and they all reflect their planets really well too.
and the elements.
Yeah, and the elements. She's exactly. She's emotional, but she's passionate and she's power.
Venus. What do I even best describe Venus? I know I said she's an airhead, but there's a quality of the Venus that I often overlook, but I can see. Image, I think.
I think it was more sensuality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Because there's always a naivete there too, that if that has to be handled a certain way, because if it's not addressed appropriately, it can easily turn to jealousy, which then turns to passive aggression, and then you just go full on, baked rabbit. But
what I liked about Venus was that she was definitely the adventurous type.
Yes, absolutely. And you have to have a sense of adventure. You almost have to with a lot of these characters, because if you don't, you can't have them explore situations where they have to literally kind of, make their way out of these situations. Like
it's more the youthful aspect to it.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of got some of that in the MCU. We didn't really get a lot. I mean, yeah, we got Nebula, we got Gamora, and we have all these other
originally.
Yeah, originally. Before Endgame came and kind of erased everything. But
you were concerned with when all I wanted was a sister.
Yeah, and that's
when she said that made me flinch.
Yeah, and here's the
Exactly.
thing, like for me, I always thought it was going to be Nebula who got the snap because throughout this whole entire film, like all she wants is revenge on her father. So in other words, she wants to throw off the yoke of the responsibility that the father has placed upon her.
Well,
Which,
not only, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut in.
oh yeah, go ahead.
It was basically it, but that he let her live to further insult her because she says you should have killed me, and his retort was it would have been a waste of parts, meaning he's not even worth his time to squish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even in the like I said, even in the comics, like
That
she
or he had
held,
more plans
but
for her.
yeah, and that would have been the best way to evolve her to be able to show her past self that she could actually like become an actual person or character or whatnot, and
She
have
kills herself and she doesn't even fade away.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and that's where I thought with a lot of these
The thing
female
that bothered
characters,
me. That's another thing that bothered me about Endgame. They made their rules of their universe, and they don't even commit to it.
yeah, yeah, and that's where I thought a lot of these female characters really got. I guess the best way to put it is they really dissed on these females because I mean, what was the whole point? We have Gamora, back to her old self from the first film, so all the evolution between her and Star Lord is gone.
Mhm.
Uh, the
Because straight romance is ew.
the relationship dynamic between Clint and Natasha was never explored. We'll never see it. We will never see Booker.
Oh, Leia wish if Leia catches in the backwash, she'll be kicking herself in the behind because she would want to interject in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know
and
what? Out of respect for her, maybe we should avoid this.
yeah. Well, and then you have
Mm.
you also have like Wanda, and we'll get more of Wanda, but it's not going to be the Wanda that would really be the glue to the rest of the franchise like I had hoped who would be the tent pole, because there's a lot of story there. I was hoping we weren't going to go into all the crazy stuff because she doesn't necessarily have to be a crazy woman, if you will.
Mm.
But I mean, so many female characters, that just kind of never really.
Apparently, a king can a woman can be a king now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Freaking
yeah.
Valkyrie.
They did that with Valkyrie. I really didn't want to see that with Valkyrie either. I kind of want, what I wanted, and now that we're sitting here doing our fun talk part, okay, so this is what I had thought was going to evolve from Valkyrie.
Our true fun talk part.
Like, okay, so we know that all of Valkyrie were decimated by Hela, right?
Mm.
Okay, and we all know that Marvel and DC just have this complete comic book hard on to get a real female story out there, but they're going to inject whatever they're going to inject into it. But what I wanted to see in all this is if we were going to get a Valkyrie film, it didn't even have to happen on screen. What I wanted Valkyrie to explore the far reaches of the universe and put together a platoon of Valkyrie from all different worlds, and it literally would have mirrored the Green Lantern Corps.
Yeah.
So you would have like insectoid females, you would have mare women, all this kind of stuff, and they're all Valkyries now. It's a different iteration of Valkyries, and it would
Not
have
necessarily Asgardian.
not necessarily Asgardian, because you got to remember all the Valkyries on Asgard were decimated. So now you got to put a team together. So the strongest.
I just got a funny little joke too. When they all arrive on Earth, almost half of them all say Star-Lord.
Yes. So exactly. So that's what I was wanting to kind of see. But we're gonna get something else in Love and Thunder. I don't know what we're getting in Love and Thunder. All we know is that
I don't even want to know.
My Marvel franchise left at Endgame. I just, actually no. If we're being honest, it left at Infinity War. Endgame was kind of like a little, okay. We want to watch
the
story
part that you didn't want to attend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. Like I own it, and I kind of felt obligated to go see the film because I mean I invested a lot of time into this franchise. So I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. I didn't plan to sit through the first half watching these, male characters,
Move around,
just literally be like,
mopey, and
I
de-
wonder
well,
if the Russo
and
brother. I
worse,
wonder if the,
desecrated.
I would have said, estrogen filled male superheroes.
I
I mean,
would have.
they're all grieving their loss. It's like, okay, well, can we move on past this? This is like literally
That's what I'm
part
saying.
two.
Like the first half was just grievance counseling throughout the whole freaking first half. I'm
And
It
like,
felt like they were
so
talking. Yeah, it felt like they were talking to us, saying, "Yes, it's ending, but get ready for the new phase. You have
oh
to accept it. It's
yeah,
going to happen, whether you want it or not, because this is the way. Because we are right and
oh,
you are
what is
wrong."
Cap doing? Oh, he's at Snap Anonymous.
Yeah.
yeah, and
What's apparently Iron Man's the only one that's allowed to be happy because apparently he had a child with Pepper. Hulk figures out his whole little Hulk situation off screen, mind you, with a little side comment to boot.
hmm
I'm like, dude, I would have written this a whole lot better. He would have stayed Mark
well,
Ruffalo throughout the majority of this film,
well,
and I wouldn't handicap him either.
you
I
know,
wouldn't handicap him either.
if Disney would have stuck to their guns, they could have easily turned the Hulk and Black Widow story into more of a Beauty and the Beast type story, which is where they were going, and it was going in a very creative, direction in terms of their romance. But literally, it's like, oh well, we didn't have enough time for it. I'm like, dude, it's its own film. Like you got a trilogy there.
I'm
You got
wondering.
a trilogy there.
I'm wondering if the Russo brothers were subtly trying to warn us on where the direction of the franchise is going.
They
I
might have.
honestly think so. I
Because
honestly think so because
because in Infinity War, you see the final battle taking place in bright, vibrant colors, and this is like everything we could have ever wanted. But the final battle in Endgame just shows a dark cloud.
yeah. Well, that and then you out of nowhere you have Captain Marvel.
You guys want to
take
hear
down
my?
the entire starship.
You guys want to hear my rewrite of Hulk
Yes.
in the Endgame?
Yes.
Still
So
can make me sad. I want to see it on film.
Me too.
But
I'll start a Kickstarter right now.
so in the midst of battle, so you have that fight scene with Captain Marvel and Thanos, right?
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Replace that with Bruce Banner approaching Thanos. Like he at this point he kind of knocked away everybody thus far, right?
Mm-hmm.
I say Bruce Banner's name. It's Bruce Banner, not the
All
Hulk
right.
yet.
right.
It's Bruce Banner. He's speaking to Hulk the way how Natasha speaks to him in Age of Ultron, where they he's like, hey there, big guy. It's probably gonna be our last time together. This guy's just want to say that he's doing the buddy talk, right?
Mm-hmm.
So camera pans away from Bruce Banner to Thanos, and Thanos gets ready to pump up a fist, right? He's ready to slug him. The moment he throws that fist, a new hand pops up on screen, catches the fist, and it's green.
Oh, very cool.
But here's the okay. Remember in the beginning of Infinity War, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thanos leveled Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the kicker in Endgame. Thanos' fist is in Hulk's hand, and Hulk literally bends the hand backwards.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
And that's where he started slugging into Thanos, like just laying right into him, because Hulk wants that rematch.
Mm-hmm.
Because the reason why Hulk wants that rematch is because he don't want to die.
Yep.
The first time we saw Hulk in Infinity War, he didn't come out because he didn't want to die, but he joins this fight because he don't want him and Banner to die. And
that would be.
Yeah.
that's where, like I said, you get that Hulk moment where everybody's been looking forward to for the longest time, and they never got it. But then,
And just, God, I'm sorry.
mind you, played by a better actress, Captain Marvel assists him.
Well, there you go.
Say, and she says,
if we would have gotten a different Captain Marvel.
I'm pretty sure everybody would have been okay with Captain Marvel helping the Hulk out, because mind you, Thanos is still supposed to be the powerhouse of this fight, right? So, like I said, Hulk gets some licks in. Hulk is getting some licks in, but Thanos is pushing back, and that's when Captain Marvel jumps in. It's like she's like, "Hey, you want to tag in?" Hulk is like, "No, together," and they go in at them together. That's how we're rewriting that scene.
You see, and
Again,
even with what Trooper is even saying, because with that scene, he doesn't. So I'm assuming that that's the first time in the entire movie we see the Hulk.
Yeah.
Okay, so that fits in with what Trooper's saying. We could have easily had a relationship with Black Widow and Bruce Banner at this point, because he says, I haven't seen the Hulk in so many years. And that actually fits in with that sacrifice that you were saying upon that when they were getting the Soul Stone.
Yep.
Because she and Banner have kind of been a thing, and yeah, that makes it all the more impactful.
Oh yeah, like absolutely, like I was telling Sam Proctor just now, and he agreed. I mean, the whole tangent with Hulk and Black Widow is, Black Widow is taming the noble savage, and that's what Hulk is. Hulk ends up being the noble savage in his green form. So,
Hulk strong there is.
And it's like, I kind of liked where it was going. And like I said, it would have been its own trilogy if they really wanted to go there. Like, because it's like Hulk was one of the only few characters that really didn't get a trilogy, if you will, because they're going to say, oh, it's Universal, and Ed Norton this and poo Ed Norton that, but really Ed Norton's version was akin to what we had all seen before, and then they brought in Chad Hulk, and it's like, I'm like, I guess.
Oh, Chad Hulk, I love that.
Yeah, and I'm like,
My thing is that that wasn't Professor Hulk as they were promising us. That was them trying to imitate Beast from 90s X-Men, because that's what he looked like to me when he had the glasses on. I was like, that looked like Beast from 90s X-Men. He in a way acts like him, but a bit more watered down version of Beast from 90s X-Men.
Well,
that was my issue with that design.
Here's the thing, it's like they, this is what happens when you sell off all these, intellectual properties, and you Frankenstein them out to different studios, and you have all these awesome ideas that have been accumulated over decades, and you can't use them. You can't use them because you freaking sold it to another freaking studio, and the other freaking studio is playing hardball. They're like, well, we don't want to do anything like that. We're going to do our own thing. And it's like, then they come out with Fantastic Four, and then they bring out freaking Kate Mara, who's like the worst actress to have cast in that role. Mind you, she was great in freaking that series on Netflix, House of Cards.
Oh yeah.
But I mean,
I didn't mind her. I just think the writing would have been the problem with Sue Storm and Fat Forsyth was that she was a total bitch.
Yeah. That's why I was so glad that freaking Kevin Spacey's character threw her right in front of a subway train. But I mean, that was just me. I was like, oh, that's sweet revenge. I'm like, I have blackmail. I'm gonna sell you out. Yeah, sure. Thump. That's it.
She didn't even realize that she was just a piece in his plan.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
So
I mean, anyway.
I think this is a good idea to wrap it up, because Culture Fortress will be starting soon, and I have to be there. And
yeah, you got to do a lot. You got to do some prep. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm a busy man this whole month, man. It's crazy. But I'd like to thank Leia Plus Size for joining us earlier, and I like her input. Love her input. Love your guys' input on this whole fun talk today. Like thank my comrade here. I think that'll be a good way to address you next time. Trooper FN 2525. Thank you, my comrade, Trooper FN 2525.
Yeah, man, it's been great. We got to do these again.
Yeah.
We could even
Rest assured.
probably, yeah, we could even probably do like one off video roundtable, and get your content that way, and then you can release some of snippets. Because
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I have found is that informal conversation leads to really good discussion, as
yeah.
opposed to when you have a few certain limitations that you got to impose that you can't go near, and that really just kind of waters down the conversation. But you can always glean like really good two or three one liners, and that's really good for this platform. So
I would also like to thank my schooner of the tuna for also joining us and love your input as well.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep
Oh, I
underground.
haven't asked you guys to sign out yet, man. What are you talking about?
well, he's somewhere either near the center of the earth or somewhere near Texas.
He must have didn't get that memo yet. I'm supposed to tell you to sign out before you do your little outro.
He's probably like neighbors with Alex Jones.
He probably needs to use the bathroom. So let me wrap this up real quick
Sorry, I jumped the gun a little bit.
Yeah, before we start concluding, I'll review what's going on for this week for later on. Of course, we have the professors. I'm gonna assume he's continuing the book study of Voyage of the Dawn Treader tonight, which I'm pretty sure some of you guys will be there. Whoever's listening. Again, I'll be joining Matchstick, Troy Pacelli, and H Boomer on Culture Fortress tonight. Tomorrow will be I know Fatman's not doing Second Cut Cafe because he's still visiting family or hanging out with family in vacay. But later on, I do believe Green Line Girl got something going on. I think I'm invited as well to it, so my voice will be added to the bunch. Or I think Daniel Herron has invited me on Wednesday tomorrow for Songs with Birdman. But I'll have to touch base with those two. Either way. Thursday will be me and Samuel Lee Oakley talking about Robert E. Howard and H.P. Lovecraft that Thursday. So tune in for that one. Later on that day will be the continuation of Star Wars Red Harvest with Professor Geek and Al Baca. Friday, I think something's going on with Friday with Green Light Girl. I think she's still continuing OG Final Fantasy VII. She might be continuing remake Final Fantasy VII on Wednesday as well. But I think later on that day, oh no, it's Troy's Friday night last call, which me, Trooper, Schooner, and many others have also attend as well to that little R-rated nightly chit chat. Apologies for the dick comment from the last Friday. That was in my defense. I did warn you guys I was going to be crass. In my defense. I did warn you.
He gave full warning.
Yeah.
I did it twice too.
I did it twice too. Last call really is about. I mean, it's really a round table that's open to.
I just know that Ma Pacelli did not take it too well, which I will remember to hold off on the crassness to some extent.
Here's the thing, guys, who, for anyone who's listening, I mean, this is an open community. I mean, we're on MeWe. It's definitely encouraged that. I mean, if this is something that you like and you want to follow, definitely join us there. I mean, that's where a lot of this conversation really happens.
Yeah.
What you get here is literally what we already talk about on MeWe. We just put it on a platform that's more accessible to you. I mean, we welcome you to our table. You get to hear us talk, and you get to hear us laugh and have a good time. There's nothing that says that you can't join either.
But I have to cut in on that one. But if you're willing to come in, you got to have a bit of a proven track record, because given what happened on the last stream, yikes.
Yeah, and here's what I've said. It's like, if this is the kind of content that you want, then you need to engage and you need to interact, even if it's comments in chat. I mean, that's how this all starts. I mean, get to know your content creators, get to love the content, find ways to contribute. Hey, find ways to put out your own content. It's fantastic. I mean, this is a great platform to kind of play in your own sandbox and figure out, hey, maybe I should go check out those issues of Sheena, Queen of the Jungle, that kind of stuff. So, like, subscribe, share all you like. Find us on MeWe. It's like, and that's how it starts. And once you start building that trust with your fellow man, if you will, then the gates the gates will open. So
exactly. Soon we'll get famous enough. We'll be able to make the pop culture. And my goodness gracious, if we ever do, boy, it'll be better than ever.
Oh, it'll definitely, it'll
definitely.
Yeah.
Saturday.
That will be a second golden age.
Yep.
All right. Saturday will be Films with Friends with Big Al and the Pacellis. Oh, wait, that was last Friday. No, I think Ma Pacelli's covering this Saturday, right?
I think so, because I think this Friday we have the Wolfman rewatch. I think.
Actually, that's right. Right. Friday is not last Friday night. It's Wolfman rewatch. Sorry about that. Troy's fixing the MonsterVerse or Dark Universe. Not MonsterVerse, the Dark Universe rewrite, or whatever you want to call it.
Reimagine.
Reimagine, whatever you want to call it.
And for anyone, I was going to say, and for anyone who's watching, it's a really cool little project to kind of watch and get involved in, because it's like, these are all characters that are available through open
public domain.
Yeah. So I mean, we literally sit there, we war game, and we theorize and we theory craft. And I mean, if you like that kind of stuff, it's definitely for you, especially if you like the Dark Universe.
If you like the Universal Monsters, that is.
Yeah.
Sunday will be nothing happening on my end until further notice on that front, but we still have Geeky Geezers with H Boomer and Troy Pacelli. Master will let me know what's happening on Sunday, because last time he had to pull a rain check. Monday will be Sound Engraver's Monday. Muse, unfortunately, she had nothing but work to do yesterday, so hopefully we'll get her again this Monday. So check her content out. Speaking of checking people out, definitely subscribe to Sound Engraver and check out her comments about music, art, and how to conduct yourself business-wise on the business side of art. With that being said, I'd like to thank my two wingmen. Sign us out, my wingmen, starting with Trooper FN 2525.
Yeah, it was awesome. We'll do it again. You know where to find me. I'm on MeWe, so shoot me a topic or whatever. I'm always game for this kind of stuff. So.
We got to diverge right here, because I just read Samuel Proctor's little letter. So on 3, shall we all sing happy birthday?
All right.
Yeah. If I can, if I make it on Monday, sounds good.
1, 2, 3, go. Happy
birthday
to
you.
Happy
birthday to you.
Happy birthday,
dear Raver. Happy birthday to you, and many more.
On Channel 4.
You still be classy, Sound Engraver.
As always. Sign us out, Schooner.
All right, coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Schooner Tuna signing off. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Bloop, bloop, bloop. This has been your Wolf Chimera Wolf 10 sign us out. Have a lovely evening, everybody. Take care and be safe out there.